And good afternoon, and welcome to Tyler, Texas. This is Dr. John Groth on the pregame show. Tyler Apaches will take on the Northeast Texas Community College Eagles. Doubleheader day at the ballpark. What a day we have here. 64 degrees. Very light humidity. Got a breeze coming from the northeast. Going to keep us cool here in the press box. And what a day for baseball. This will be the last time these two teams play this season, as they're making up for lost time here today. Earlier game in the season had to be canceled or postponed because of weather. So normally these two squads would play a 3-game series on a given weekend, but because of that early rain out, the Apaches and the Eagles will do battle again today in doubleheader format. They played a doubleheader on Friday in Mount Pleasant, and we'll talk about those games during the pregame interviews and throughout the broadcast today. I did get a chance to talk to both head coaches and the Apache pitching coach, Mike Ruppenthal. And so these two squads played on Friday, and it was a doubleheader sweep for the Apaches by a score of 6-3 in the opener, 8-4 in the nightcap. And one of the things that this format will challenge is the pitching staffs for both of these teams. And with that in mind, I had a chance to catch up with pitching coach Mike Ruppenthal from the Apaches. So let's hear what Coach Ruppenthal had to say a few minutes ago down on the field. All right, we got Coach Ruppenthal here. And Mike, congrats on a doubleheader sweep, boy. In 16 innings, 10 hits, 7 runs, 25 punch-outs, 11 walks. Pretty good job of pitching it up in Mount Pleasant.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. I think a few of those walks kind of came from the same couple guys.
Right.
For the most part, we ran a bunch of arms out there that were throwing a lot of strikes, and saw some guys that kind of started to find a little bit of consistency that they haven't really had, the first half of the year. So it's good to see.
Well, I just talked to Doug a little bit about this, and how do you balance what you're going to go through this next? Because you got two. This is the other one thing is you got doubleheader after doubleheader. Normally it's a 3-gamer.
Right.
So you gotta get 16 innings, or I guess that's right. So we playing 7-9 today.
Yep,
right?
7-9.
So 16 innings again today. But also balance that with you got limited rest time between now and the Coastal, which has been bumped back a day.
Right. It certainly would have been a nice play yesterday. It didn't end up raining too much.
I know. I was thinking that too.
I was outside in the yard all day and thinking, man, it'd be nice to be playing baseball.
That's a pitching coach.
Just to give us that extra day of rest.
Right.
But,
I totally agree.
It's kind of, at the end of the day, it's kind of what we've been doing all year. Like, we've kind of been piecing it together.
Yes.
Like, I haven't really had a single game go how I thought it was going to look, after the fall. So we've just had to kind of adapt on the fly and just use a bunch of different guys, even more so than normal.
That's why coaching is so interesting, right? Every day's going to be different.
Yeah. We've got a 6-inning start as our longest one, I believe, and that was a while ago. And then we've got a couple of 5-inning starts, I think, and that's, other than that, we haven't really not had guys go deep into ball games, and it's been using 3-4 arms every game. So they're used to that, and that's what we're going to have to do today and probably next week, too.
Well, the longest outing on that doubleheader sweep was 3.
Yep.
Caleb went 3, and Wilson went 3, and that was it. Everybody else 2 or less.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Kelly went 2 2/3. So,
Yep.
All right. All that being said, who's gonna be your starters today, or do you know?
We'll start Dalen Farmer in game 1.
Okay.
See how far he can take us. He hasn't really been stretched out, so I imagine you're not going to see him go out there and throw a CG in the 7-inning game.
Right.
A guy that started a little bit for us in the past. It's been a couple of years, but we kind of just want to see him in that role and see what he does with it. And then game 2 will be Duke Jordan.
Okay.
We're looking at starting him on Thursday, so obviously that's not too far away.
Right.
So he's going to be pretty short and have it somewhat scripted, that 9-inning game.
Right.
After that, the 7-inning game, we're just going to kind of see how it goes.
A little bit of Johnny Holstaff going to be today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, Mike, congrats on the sweep the other day. I hope today goes well. We got a great day. Looks like the wind's going to knock the ball down a little bit. That's always good for those pitchers.
Mm-hmm. At least the left field. I think it might be pushing it out to right a little bit, but they got a batter too that can swing it from the left side. But for the most part, it's a lot of righties. So.
All right, last question. How are we health-wise? You got some guys that have been out a little bit.
Yeah.
Cooper getting closer?
I think we're closer. I think we could see him, again next week, maybe out of the bullpen, and just kind of ease him into it. It's not so much a pain level as much as it is just kind of a tightness at this point.
Right.
We've got some other guys. We had a couple of ankle injuries. The guys are now back from. Reed Smith. I'm not sure what that looks like with the back. I don't think we have a ton of answers on that yet, which obviously kind of hurts, but it's been like that. I mean, it's been next man up all year. So that's, we kind of thought our depth on the mound would be a strength, and it hasn't been fantastic performance, but at least we've got enough guys that can go in there and, throw good enough stuff to be competitive.
Well, and I think when the guys that are not throwing see the other guys that are throwing well, that helps the whole staff. Everybody wants to be a part of what's going on that mound. And so congrats on what you've done so far. I hope today goes great for the Apaches.
Thank you.
All right, a big thank you to Mike Ruppenthal. As the umpires make their way towards home plate, going to go over the ground rules with the two head coaches. And the head coach for the Northeast Texas Community College Eagles is Andy Morgan. Eagles are 6-16 so far in this season. Andy Morgan in his 5th year as the skipper. And I had a chance to talk to Andy a little bit about Friday's doubleheader and then about today and his pitchers. So let's hear what Coach Morgan had to say down by the batting cage just a few minutes ago. All right, we got Coach Andy Morgan here, and came off a 2 out of 3 series win against Paris. And I guess let's talk about the doubleheader up at your place. What are your thoughts on how that went and where you guys need to be today?
We need to start winning more games. That's really all there is to it. We talked about it yesterday, and TJC, Tyler did a good job at our place. They played well. They just played better than we did. And, we just got to win games. Again, I don't think we're playing terrible.
Right.
I'm not mad at them. We play hard. We do all that stuff.
I mean, that first game was a kind of a back and forth type of game,
Yep.
and they just got a couple more hits than you did at key spots. Where do you? And then that second game, it looked like they pitched it pretty good.
Yeah, pitched it well. The kid they brought in, the second guy, number 12, I forget his name, but he came in and kind of shut the door on us for however long he pitched, and he threw well. And we just need to win.
Where do you find the offense? Where does that come from? What do you do to try to relax your hitters and just let them do what they're capable of doing?
Yeah, just keep doing what we've been doing.
Right.
Really. I mean, it's we've done a good job. We've been hitting. We've hit. It's just, we just need to get more timely hits. Maybe work some counts a little bit better and try to get some more of those free bags a little bit. And just quality at bats. Just putting pressure on the defense. Hard outs and not early weak outs.
Just trusting your preparation, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, every day, to me, that's the beauty of the game. I mean, there's going to be these stretches where maybe you play okay, but maybe you can tweak it a little bit. But today, we got a beautiful day to play baseball, and you're going to have a chance. It's going to be 0-0 here in a few minutes, and we'll tee it up.
That's it. Absolutely. We're excited. Like I said, we're still playing okay. We just need to win some games. What we're doing, how we're going about our business, how we compete, it's good. It's fine. We're not doing anything wrong. We just need to figure it out.
Well, I looked at the box score of that second game, and 11 errors between the clubs.
Yep.
What do you do as a coach to try to get your guys to relax and play defense?
In one inning, and this was kind of the turning point of the game. In that second game, we had 3 errors at third base. In one inning, guy hasn't made an error pretty much all year, and it's just kind of one of those
part of the game.
One of those things that happens. We're gonna run him back out there today.
Exactly.
And just say, go play.
Awesome.
Yeah, same deal.
Well, I love the lessons that are out there every day for us to learn, right?
No doubt
as coaches and as players, and so. All right, let's shift gears a little bit on the pitching side of it. We got a doubleheader today, and that's going to challenge a little bit because normally it's a 3-game series, right? You're having to make one up from earlier.
Yep.
Who's going to get the ball in these 2 ball games that start, or do you know who's going to get the ball in the first game?
Yeah, we do. So the first game at our place, we started a guy that hadn't started before. So that kind of took care of that, and then the next game we started a starter,
normal rotation.
And now we're on a normal rotation a little bit. So still, bullpen wise, relief pitching wise, I mean it'll run a little thin because we went through some pitchers on Friday and all that stuff. But Logan Acey is going to start game 1
Okay.
for us, and then Caleb Wisnowski will start game
Okay.
2. So.
Well, Andy, I appreciate the attitude you're talking with, and this is good leadership because things don't always go your way, but you know, you keep putting one foot in front of the other, and the sun is up today. That gives us hope, right? It's
No
Palm
doubt about
Sunday,
it.
man.
Absolutely.
We've got something to look forward to.
You're exactly right.
So
exactly
keep pouring in these guys. The lessons you're teaching them are going to last a lifetime. So regardless of what happens on that scoreboard today, you got a chance to come out and play the game you love and
Absolutely.
compete hard. So
That's it. Thank
appreciate
you very
that
much.
very much. Thanks for taking time, and hope today goes well for the Eagles.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, a big thank you to Andy Morgan for his pregame time down outside their batting cage. And Coach Wren and Coach Morgan are at home plate as we speak, going through the ground rules on a beautiful Palm Sunday here in Tyler, Texas, 64 degrees. I did get a chance to catch up with old number 15 down there. He's wearing the uni today. Like to see that. Got the pinstripes on. Doug Wren in his 12th year as skipper of the Tyler Apaches. He's got them off to a 19-6 start. They're 11-4 in conference play in second place. Let's hear what Coach Wren had to say just a few minutes ago down in the coach's office. All right, we got Coach Wren here in the coach's office. And Coach, boy, last weekend, kind of a challenge, really hot Navarro team. And what a nice response up in Mount Pleasant. A couple of solid ball games. Talk about how the other day went up in Mount Pleasant.
Yeah, obviously coming off a really tough weekend against Navarro, as a coach, you're always looking to how they respond to something like that, and we really hadn't been challenged like that this year,
Right.
And just had a rough weekend. I think they played some inspired baseball. I don't think we played our best baseball, and just kind of laid an egg on the weekend, and so. But definitely encouraged by the way that we responded on Thursday, or I guess Friday, and looking forward to see kind of what we're able to do today. So obviously as we kind of get ready for Coastal Week, that's always a challenge too, because you try to keep your guys focused on this weekend. Obviously all know what next weekend is,
Right.
and what it means. So it's important for us to kind of focus on today, and then we'll get to next week tomorrow.
So you guys really, first game, a little bit of a back and forth dogfight. That second game, I think you had 5 guys multi-hit games. Just talk about, how that came about, and just your feeling offensively as you go into this doubleheader today.
Yeah, again, coming off a Navarro series in which we didn't swing it very well.
Right.
You're looking for signs of life there on the offense, and so we took advantage of some things in the first game and didn't swing it great. We had some good barrels. Wind was kind of blowing in, and
Right.
so it was kind of misleading because I thought we swung it a little bit better than maybe the stats say in the first game, but and then I think maybe 16 hits in the second game, and so even a couple guys coming off the bench giving us good at bats, which is good. So hopefully that continues today, and hopefully we kind of continue to get some momentum going into next week, and we're without a couple guys today, so it'll look a little bit different, but next man up. And
Positionally?
Heath Hood has got some family stuff going
Okay.
on along with Ty Eli, so those 2 guys will be out today, and so obviously the first opportunity for us that we not opportunity, but first time we don't have Heath there in the lineup, who's kind of been a mainstay, and
Right. Is that a nice year?
but it'll be a good opportunity for us to get a couple other guys out there that are kind of in the mix that we're trying to figure out
Right.
between. So it could be a good thing. So, but hopefully we kind of continue to put together some good at bats and take advantage of some mistakes and run the bases well and put some runs up early and give our pitching, which will be very limited today because of what we have next week.
Right. So, final question here, and I'm going to talk to Coach Rippenthal about the pitching, so we won't get into that at all. But how do you balance? You guys are in fine standing, solid second place in the Region 14 conference you're playing in, and these are conference games. But how do you balance that with getting yourself ready for what's happening with Coastal later this week? How do you balance those two?
Yeah, it's definitely unique. Obviously, we're playing in a conference, but then obviously these games against Coastal have some other implications.
Right.
So it is a unique situation, but it was one of the things that we looked forward most to being in this conference, is that I think it will help, get us ready for what next week looks like. It's a 3-game series, which we're used to. It is during the week, not on the weekend. That's the only difference. But we really felt like this conference would prepare us more for this next week. So we've kind of used it, hopefully, as a springboard into that. And so, and then I think we've talked about this before. I feel like we've already played some meaningful baseball, which typically in a normal year, really the first Coastal game is your meaningful baseball. Everything up to then is just kind of getting you ready for that. Right. Now being in a conference, every week seems to have some meaning and
some urgency there that you normally wouldn't have.
100%. So I think it's certainly helped, and they're getting the same thing down there. They faced San Jac, 4 times this last week, and they're getting prepared down there as well. So I think it's been beneficial for both of us, and it'll be an interesting week. But we're going to take care of the Eagles today first, and then we'll move to next week.
Doug, thanks for taking a minute. I'll let you get out. You guys are getting ready to take pregame. Hope today goes well for the Apaches.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, big thank you to Coach Wren for his pregame time, and we are underway here. Right on 1 o'clock perfectly. So 2-0 to the leadoff hitter, Cole Modgeling. This is Dalem Farmer on the mound. Still going in the softball vernacular, in the circle. That's what they say in softball. 2 balls and a strike, a check swing by Modgeling. Ball down the left field line. Just getting started here. Double header day at the ballpark. Really nice crowd here. In there for a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody on and nobody out. We're just getting the ball rolling here. 7-inning opener, 9-inning nightcap. Go through the lineups here this first half inning. Fouled off to the left side. It's 2-2. For the Northeast Texas Eagles, 6-16 on the year. 4-12 in conference play. They're presently in 6th place. Cole Modgeling, the center fielder, leads off. Next pitch. Line shot foul down the first base line. Shortstop Luke McBride bats second. The second baseman is Sawyer Thornhill. He'll bat third. First baseman Nico Bombach bats cleanup for the Eagles. Left fielder Bryce Yasko will bat fifth. The catcher is Caleb Mutton. He bats sixth. DH is Jake Chapman. He bats seventh. The third baseman is Cade Wood. Next pitch fouled off again. Third baseman is Cade Wood. He'll bat eighth. And batting ninth for the Eagles, right fielder Kalen Clayton. On the mound for the Eagles, Logan Acey, the freshman from Plano. Next 2-2 offering, just missed inside. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Cole Modgeling. Modgeling was 0 for 4 in that second game on Friday. Doubleheader sweep by the Apaches. 8-4 was the final. Off the plate, he walked the lead off. There goes the perfect game. First walk of the game for Farmer. Dalen Farmer on the mound. Let's go defensively. Mark Alvarado in left. Jacob Johnson in center. Trish Thomas in right. Dalton Davis at third. Tyler Lindweber at short. Cole Lightfoot gets the nod at second base. Miguel Vega at first. Luke Johnson behind the dish and on the mound, the right-handed sophomore, Dalen Farmer. 6-2 and 210 out of the Woodlands. He's 0-0 with a 6.75 ERA. This is his 6th appearance of the year, his first start. And in 4 innings pitched, he's struck out 5 and walked 3. 0-1 pitch. High fly ball. Shallow left field. This is Alvarado coming in, and he lost his footing. And that will be a double, a seeing eye double. Actually, single. As Modgeling, I looked up and there was an eagle at second base, and I thought it was McBride. But it'll be a seeing eye single. And the Eagles have a nice start here, a walk and a single, and that'll bring up second baseman Sawyer Thornhill. And that will bring the first of potentially many visits to the mound by Coach Rupenthal. I was warned by both coaches today as I talked to them that there may be a number of trips to the mound. I should keep my pen ready As these two squads played 2 games today after playing a doubleheader on Friday. So they're having to make up one of the games they lost in the first half of the conference schedule. And normally you play a 3-game set. Well, it's going to tax the pitching staffs a little bit. The Apaches did a pretty good job of spreading out their arms as Putnam went 3 in the opener, Simmons an inning and a third, and Kelly 2 2/3. The opening game, and then in the nightcap it was Sestito for 2, Wilson for 3, Coveney for 2, and G for 2. So nobody really went super deep into either one of those games on Friday. And so Coach Rippenthal has kind of done the pitch by committee approach most of the year. You heard him on the pregame just a moment ago saying his longest outing was, I think, a 6-inning outing by one of his pitchers. And so he's fully anticipating using a lot of arms today in this doubleheader. 16 innings of baseball you got to get covered. And this is Sawyer Thornhill now. He'll show bunt, pop it up, and right back to the pitcher. Dalen Farmer squeezes it for out number 1. So you try to sacrifice, and you can't quite get the job done. You got to get that ball on the ground. A pop-up by Thornhill. Here's Nico Bombach, first baseman for the Eagles. Bombach 1 for 5 in Game 2 the other day. From the stretch, Dalen Farmer has his sign. The pitch. And that's going to miss high. 1 ball, no strikes. Northeast got the red jerseys on today with the navy trim. Gray pants with the navy blue piping down the side. Got the navy blue ball caps. Apache's wearing their pinstripes today on Palm Sunday. Gotta like the pinstripes. Got the Apache logo on the left chest and the numeral down on the right front of the jersey. Got the black ball caps with the Apache logo on the front. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. The pitch is going to miss high, fastball. 2-1. We are at Tyler's Mike Carter Field, and we are on the East Texas Rose City Complex, which has the Rose Football Stadium off to our right. As we look at this field from the press box, to our left is the Tyler Rose Garden. Next pitch just misses off, 3-1. Tyler Rose Garden to our left. Harvey Convention Center back behind us. We're actually administering a lot of the COVID shots at Harvey Convention Center. Notice they weren't doing that today. At least not when I pulled up this morning. 3-1 pitch. And that's in the dirt. And the bases are loaded with Eagles. Second walk of the inning by Farmer. That'll move McBride to second, Modgling over to third, and here's the 5-hitter, Bryce Yasko, left fielder. Yasko 2 for 5, had a couple of base hits and an RBI in the second game on Friday in Mount Pleasant. Full windup now. Another ball in the dirt, breaking pitch, and it's 1 ball, no strikes. Johnson, nice job of blocking that, saves a run for the Apaches. We're still scoreless, but the Eagles threatening here in the first inning. 1 out, bases loaded. Full windup for Dalen Farmer. Solid fastball, and it's 1-1. Well, 64 degrees at game time. We'll probably creep up from there. Well, I don't know if I've ever seen any deadlifting going on in the bullpen, but I've seen it now. Somebody's down there doing deadlifts with a barbell and some, I hope those aren't 45s, but they might be. Who is that down there? Huh? Jack G? All right. Well, he threw the other day, so he's not throwing today. 1-1 pitch. 2 balls and a strike. That ball missed outside. 1 out here in the top of the first. Farmer with a challenge here. as the Eagles have loaded the bases. Taking a while to get the sign. Full windup, the 2-1. Chopper to short. Lindweber nowhere to go but first, and he'll make the play, but the run scores. It's an RBI fielder's choice for Bryce Yasko. And the Eagles are leading 1-0. That was a high chopper, and Tyler Lindweber had to come in and catch that ball on the run and made a good play to get Yasko at first, but Yasko will get the RBI. And the Eagles take the early lead 1-0. 2 outs in the inning now for Caleb Mutton, the catcher. First pitch swing, and that's fouled off to the left, and that's going to be deep enough to stay away from the Avalon. And it's 0-1. Farmer trying to minimize here. Second and third with 2 outs. Eagles have plated 1 run here. Top of the first. Time called now as Farmer was taking his time starting his delivery there, and finally Mutton asked for time. Here's the pitch. Misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, the northeasterly at 15 is pretty stiff at times, and that's going to blow kind of from the third base dugout straight out toward right field. Ground ball, second base, backhanded. You throw it to first. Nice play by the second baseman, Cole Lightfoot. And, boy, put a star by that one. That might have saved 2 runs. 4-3 if you're scoring at the house. A web gem by Cole Lightfoot ends the first half of the first inning, but the Eagles strike first, and they lead it 1-0. Back in just a minute. All right, let's bring you back here and get you the lineup for the Apaches. Leading off for Tyler, the third baseman, Dalton Davis. Batting second is the center fielder, Jacob Johnson. Batting third, the catcher, Luke Johnson. Batting cleanup for the Tyler Apaches, first baseman, Miguel Vega. Batting fifth, the DH, Daniel Young. Batting sixth, left fielder, Mark Alvarado. Batting seventh, the second baseman, Cole Lightfoot. Batting eighth, shortstop Tyler Lindweber, and batting ninth for the Apaches, right fielder Trace Thomas. Apaches are 19-6 on the season, 11-4 in conference play. That's good for second, led by 12th-year head coach Doug Wren. Defensively for the Eagles, Bryce Yasko in left field, Cole Modgling in center, Kalen Clayton in right field. Around the infield is Cade Wood at third, Luke McBride at short, Sawyer Thornhill at second, Nico Bombach at first. Caleb Mutton has the catching duties today for the Eagles, and on the mound, a right-handed freshman from Plano, Texas, 6'4" and 210, Logan Asay. Asay, his 6th appearance of the year, all of them as a starter. He's 1-2 with a 6.65 ERA, 21 2/3 innings pitched, 29 strikeouts, 18 walks for the freshman from Plano, Texas, Frisco Wakeland High School, Logan Asay. And Coach Ruppenthal coaching third today. Coach Bogue over at first base. Little change here. Is Coach Trahan out of pocket today? All right. So, got Mike Ruppenthal coaching third base for the Apaches. It's a little different look. He's got the long sleeve pullover on. Coach Bogue with the short sleeve pullover on today. First pitch miss. It's 1-0. Another fastball that misses. It's 2 balls and no strikes to Dalton Davis. I'm not sure Davis has let off all year. Might be wrong in that, but He has been holding down the 2-3 spot all season for the Apaches. In there for a strike. Dalton Davis batted third in that second game on Friday. 2 for 4 with an RBI and a run scored. Next pitch is in there, and it's quickly 2-2. So Logan Acee comes right back. He likes to go from the stretch here. Nobody on and nobody out here in the bottom of the first. The pitch. Popped out of play to the right side. And the count will stay 2-2. 325 down the lines here at Mike Carter Field. 361 in the gaps, 370 straight away. And you got an 18-foot high wall all the way around the ballpark. The next 2-2 offering, swing and a miss. Got him to chase a high fastball. First strikeout of the day for Acee. And there is one away here in the Apache firsts. Stepping in is the center fielder, Jacob Johnson. Jacob Johnson was the leadoff hitter in that 8-4 Apache victory. He was 2 for 6 in that one. RBI and a run scored. First pitch off the plate, ball 1. We'll try to check in here and see. Had a few folks check in on the live chat. If you're an Apache fan or an Eagle fan, let us know who you're rooting for and where you're rooting from. Pitch is in there, and it's 1-1. All right, Coach Morgan's wife is checking in. Jen. Hannah, Jen, and Duke Morgan. Awesome. Well, a happy Palm Sunday to you. Glad you're able to get to watch hubby and dad at work. And Miss Hood's rooting for the Apaches and her grandson Heath down in Houston. Appreciate you checking in there. And somebody rooting for old Sawyer Thornhill. That ball's well hit. This has got a chance. High right field, back to the warning track, and making the catch is Kalen Clayton right in front of that 361 sign in front of the scoreboard. A long out for Jacob Johnson, and there's 2 away. Good job by Kalen Clayton to stay with that ball. The wind is going to blow that way. When that ball got up as quick as it did, I thought it had a chance. That flag in right field kind of blowing straight out from about the third base bag towards the right field corner. So kind of northeasterly today. But Johnson did not get quite enough of that ball, and a nice job of Clayton navigating the fence and making the grab. 2 outs. Luke Johnson now with a 1-0 count. Line drive, backhanded by Wood at third, long throw, nicely done. Put a star by that one, Eagle fans, as Cade Wood, a nice play to end the inning. 5-3 if you're scoring at the house on a bullet off the bat of Luke Johnson. And that'll do it for inning number 1. Eagles lead it 1-0. Back in just a minute. You're watching Tyler Baseball on ApacheAthletics.com. And welcome back to Tyler, Texas. Dr. John Groth with you on the play-by-play. We go to inning number 2. We're playing 7 here in the opener. And Jake Chapman, the DH, will lead it off for the Eagles. You know, we were talking on the pregame show with Coach Morgan, and boy, the second game of the doubleheader the other day was kind of an ugly box score. First pitch swing and you pop it up out of play, strike one. 11 errors by both clubs, 6 by Northeast, 5 by the Tyler Apaches. And Coach Morgan was talking about Cade Wood had made 3 errors in 1 inning, the third baseman, and isn't it just like the game that he has a web gem here in inning number 1 to end the inning? As boy, the game, and Coach Morgan talked about it, you just got to keep putting one foot in front of the other and trust your preparation. And it's nice to see hard work pay off. Wood made a really nice play on a well-hit ball by Luke Johnson. He's up second. He's waiting in the on-deck circle. High fly ball, way foul, down into the batting cage area. Mike Carter Field's got batting cages in both corners. And bullpens are in foul ball territory out of play, as are the batting cages on both sides. So both teams, if they wanted to or needed to, could get batters warmed up in those cages. Another foul ball straight back. And obviously the bullpens are for the pitchers to get ready to come in the ball game or get some work in. But it's awful nice to have those batting cages available for both teams. So just a great place to teach the game here at Mike Carter. 0-2 pitch. This is popped up, and this will be in play. Cole Lightfoot camped under it at second and makes the grab for out number 1 here in the second inning. So Chapman is out. Here is the third baseman, Cade Wood. And Woods made a great play to end the first inning. Backhanded, made a strong throw over to Bombach as the Apaches went in order in their half of the first. First pitch is a breaking pitch, misses high, ball 1. 1-0 Northeast. We're in the bottom or top of the second inning. Wind up the pitch. That's going to miss low. 2-0. The Apaches on a current 2-game win streak after losing the series all 3 games to Navarro last weekend. They swept the Eagles on Friday in Mount Pleasant. Next pitch popped out of play. It's 2-2. Apaches are 6-4 in their last 10 ball games, 2-3 in their last 5. The Eagles are 3-7 in their last 10, 2-3 in their last 5, and they are on a current 3-game losing streak. They did take 2 out of 3 from Paris, leading into a series with Tyler this week. Last weekend, the Eagles were able to take 2 of 3 from Paris, but currently have lost. They lost the last game of that series and then the first 2 of this series on Friday. Ground ball up the middle, tough play, and diving Lindweber could not get there. So it's a 1-out single for Cade Wood. That'll be the second hit of the ball game for the Eagles. Here's Kalen Clayton, the 9-hitter and the right fielder for the first time here in this ball game. Farmer threw 24 pitches in his first inning of work. He's now he's at 34 for the ball game. 19 strikes, 15 balls. Pretty close on the pick there. As Wood stepping a dive back to first. It's a pretty good sized lead over there. Ground ball right back up the middle, and boy, Farmer tried to barehand it and probably would have been better suited to let that ball get up the middle. You might have gotten 1 on that. It was not a hard hit ball. As it is, it'll be an infield single for Clayton. 1B1 in my scorebook, and now you go back to the top of the lineup, Cole Modgeling. Modgeling walked his first time up. Second plate appearance of this ball game. On the year, Modgeling, .329 average for the Eagles. 5 doubles, 3 homers, 12 RBIs. Farmer from the stretch now. First and second, 1 out. Little looper, and Lindweber snags it out of the air for out number 2. Good job by Tyler Lindweber. took a couple of steps back and gave it a leap, and the ball found the glove. So 2 outs in the inning for Luke McBride. And McBride hit a pop-up into shallow left field that Mark Alvarado came running in and slipped, and it fell to the turf for a single. So he's 1 for 1. Ground ball in the first pitch. This is Davis, and they can't make the play. That'll be an error on Dalton Davis, as he tried to get the short hop, and he kind of gave himself that in-between hop. And it fortunately popped right up in front of him, and the runners couldn't advance any further than they did. So now you got bases loaded for the second inning in a row for the Eagles. They were only able to get 1 in the first inning. This is Sawyer Thornhill. First pitch swinging, fouls it off to the left, strike 1. Thornhill, 400 hitter on the year for the Eagles. Got 9 doubles, 2 triples, 3 homers, and 20 RBIs. This is Farmer from the full windup. Check swing, thought he might have gone. And they're going to say no-go. Really tough angle out in front of shortstop. Those 2-man umpiring crew just don't have the angles on those check swings. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bases full of Eagles. McBride, Clayton, and Wood on the bases for the men in red. Wind up in the 1-1 off the plate. 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, this is exactly who you'd like at the plate here. You got your leading RBI guys, Thornhill and Bombach. With the bases loaded, that's in there for a strike, and it's 2-2. Thornhill with 20 RBIs, and the man on deck, Bombach, leads the club with 32 RBIs. He waits on deck. Farmer going to try to get out of trouble right here. Deuces Wild on the board, the pitch. Ground ball up the middle and base hit. 1 run's going to score. The second run will be waived, and it's 3-0 Eagles. And everybody's safe. Good hustle on the bases by Sawyer Thornhill. He got the RBI single up the middle, and when the throw went to third base, he hustles into second base. And the Eagles now lead 3-0. And here's their leading RBI guy, Nico Bombach, who walked his first time up. He's probably going to get walked again here. Bombach on the year, 361 average, couple of homers, 32 RBIs, leads the club. Got 8 doubles. Got a base open and 2 runners in scoring position. I would think you're going to see a bunch of pitches that aren't close to the middle of the plate here. Left fielder Bryce Yasko waits on deck. That ball's hit high and deep to left field. It's got a chance, and it is gone. Nico Bombach with his 3 RBI home run over the left field wall has given Northeast Texas a 6-0 lead here in the second inning. Well, a little surprised that he got something to put a bat on there with the base open and 2 outs, but he takes full advantage. And boy, Northeast Texas has jumped all over the Apaches early here. It's 6-0 after an inning and 2/3. And now you are going to have a little activity down in that Apache bullpen. Six runs on 5 hits for Northeast Texas. No runs on no hits for the Apaches. All right, Mr. Umpire indicating that's the second visit to the mound. First was by Coach Rippenthal, and that by the catcher, Luke Johnson. Stepping in for Northeast is Bryce Yasko. That ball's drilled to right field, going back, and on the run making the catch is Trace Thomas for the final out. But the damage has been done, and the Eagles from Northeast Texas, 5 big runs on 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. The big blow, a 3-run blast by Nico Bombach. And your new scores, we head to the bottom of the second inning. It's Northeast 6 and Tyler 0. Four, 5, and 6 for the Tyler Apaches. They've got some work to do now. In this first game, again, a 7-inning affair here, so kind of put it in the 9-inning context. We're already into the middle innings here. If you're playing a 9, it's the 4th inning. It's kind of how you got to manage. I don't like 7-inning games, regardless of who's winning or who's losing. They just kind of change your mindset as how you manage the games, and so I always, when I'm down there in the dugout, you got to kind of put, it's just a different mindset. And Miguel Vega takes a ball. It's 1-1. Apache first baseman. Logan Assay has, he's only had 12 pitches in that first inning. Pop up, this is high and deep to right, and it might get out of here. And to the warning track, and it is out of here. That ball got up in a hurry, and with the wind blowing that way, all Kalen Clayton could do is watch it go out of the yard. He backed up to the fence, and that thing carried right out of here. And Vega, a solo shot to get the ball rolling for the Apaches here in the second inning. Well, that's one way to start chipping away. Here's the DH, Daniel Young. It's now 6-1. Just talking about how short these 7-inning games can be. And you don't have nearly as much time to chip away to lead. So Vega does his part. First pitch swing, and that's fouled off down to the left side into the bullpen area for strike 1. The Apaches' first hit of this ball game goes out of the yard. That pitch is going to miss low. Ase going from the stretch. It's in there for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That wind continues to blow pretty well out to right field. There's a swing and a miss on a breaking pitch, and there's 1 out. Second strikeout of the ball game for Logan Ase. And that will bring up Mark Alvarado, a fielder for the Apaches. First pitch misses, ball 1. Well, we've had another group of folks check in here. Mr. Cecito from Frisco, rooting for the Apaches. Line drive up the middle, base hit for Mark Alvarado. Well hit ball off of Alvarado's bat. And there's a runner on with one out. Here's Cole Lightfoot for the first time. Well, Tanner McNamara is sick. He's checking in from the house. I hope you feel better soon. And Miss Cynthia Bombach rooting for Nico and the Eagles. Well, she's got to be happy about that. 3-run home run. First pitch in there, strike one. Solid fastball to Cole Lightfoot. All right, the Putnam family's watching from Prosper. Appreciate that check-in. All right, Matt Hill's family watching from Charlotte, North Carolina. Root for those Eagles. Look out, line drive on the first base line. And it's no balls and 2 strikes to Cole Lightfoot. A little tardy on the fastball there. Mr. Dunham checking in. Pop up right side of the infield. Bombach is at first. He's calling everyone off, and he does make the grab. Boy, you got to keep your feet moving on a day like today. That wind is definitely going to impact these pop-ups that get up into the jet stream a bit. Even those infield pop-ups are going to be affected. Here's Tyler Lindweber, the shortstop, with 2 outs and 1 aboard in the bottom of the second. 6-1, Northeast leads it. Appreciate the check-ins on the live chat. If you haven't checked in yet, feel free to let us know who you're rooting for. Pretty close play at first on that pick. Alvarado just in before the tag by Bombach. 2 outs in the second inning. Logan Asay on the mound. Look out, another foul ball that's above the dugout. First base side. Six runs on 5 hits for Northeast. 1 run on 2 hits for the Tyler Apaches. They say the pitch. There goes the runner. Check swings. Called a strike. Throw down to second. Will go into center field, and over to third goes Alvarado. So that'll be a stolen base for Alvarado. He'll go to third on the error by catcher Caleb Munton. So now the Apaches trying to maybe get another run in here. You're trailing 6-1 in the second inning. No balls and 2 strikes to Tyler Lindweber. AC comes set, the pitch. Time was called by, they called a balk. And there you go, Apaches get another run. Field umpire called a balk because AC didn't come set for long enough time. So there's where your base running pays off by Alvarado getting the third. The balk scores him, and it's 6-2. Little chopper, and this is a tough play. It's going to be picked up in fair territory. Nicely done by Caleb Munton to get the final out. That'll go 2-3 if you're scoring at the house. But the Apaches, they do chip away here. A solo home run by Vega to lead the inning off, and a balk ends up scoring by Alvarado. And your new scores, we go to the top of the third inning. It's Northeast 6 and Tyler 2. Welcome back to Tyler, Texas. We're gradually increasing in temperature. 66 degrees now. Perfect day to play or watch some baseball. 25% humidity, northeasterly. A little breezy at the ballpark today, 15 miles an hour. We're probably gusting to over 20 here at moments. So ball's going to zoom to right field off the bat. First pitch swing and fouled off to the left side. Out of play. Strike one to the catcher, Caleb Munton. And Munton grounded out on a great play by Cole Lightfoot to end the first inning. Next pitch. Ball's well hit to center, and Johnson's got room out there, even though it's going to carry a little bit. He'll catch it on the back pedal for out number one. Well, good swing by Munton. But Johnson playing fairly deep makes the catch. Here's Jake Chapman, the DH. Popped up to second base his first time up, 0 for 1. Mr. Dunham. It's Dr. Dunham to you, so excuse me, Dr. Dunham. Appreciate that check-in. Miss Morgan's parents are cheering on the Eagles. Mr. Farmer has checked in. Appreciate that. One ball, no strikes. Off the plate. 2-0 to DH Jake Chapman. They're calling for a high of 70 today here in East Texas. Outside corner, 2-1. Love to hear from all of you that are watching out there, whether you're an Eagle fan or an Apache fan. Let us know who you're rooting for, where you're watching from, what kind of weather you got back where you're watching. Swing and a miss, high fastball. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jake Chapman. Dalen Farmer started the inning with 45 pitches through 2 innings. Two pitch. That ball's well hit. High left field. This has got a chance, and it's out of here. Well into the trees. A solo home run by Jake Chapman. And Northeast adds to their lead now. It's 7-2. That was a towering drive off the bat of Jake Chapman. And the lead is back up to 5 for the Eagles.
Now batting number 24, Cade Wood.
Here's the third baseman, Cade Wood. First pitch drilled into right field, base hit. So these Eagles are swinging the bats today. A lot of first pitch swings as they're being aggressive at home plate. And with 1 out and 1 on, here's Kalen Clayton, the right fielder.
15, Kalen Clayton.
That home run by Chapman, his second of the year. First pitch in there, strike one. Bombach's 3-run blast in the second inning was his third of the year. Gives him 35 RBIs on the season. No balls and 1 strike and 1 out. Cade Wood over at first base and Clayton at the plate for the Eagles. This is Dalen Farmer from the stretch. Off the hands. You go 5, you go 4, you go 3, and not in time for the double play as Clayton legged it out. So he'll reach on the fielder's choice, 5-4, and out at second is Wood for the second out of the inning. Stepping in is Cole Modgeling. A walk and a line out to short. He's 0 for 1. Modgeling on the year. 329 for the Eagles. Does have 5 doubles, and he's got 3 home runs. Almost had him at first. Looked like Vega may have dropped the ball. Seven runs on 7 hits for Northeast Texas. 2 runs on 2 hits for the Tyler Apaches. We're in the Top of the third inning. Wind is blowing out to right field here at Mike Carter today. Beautiful day for baseball. If you're in the area, come on out. Plenty of time. We got a doubleheader here today. First pitch in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Ballpark was built in 1938 as part of an old WPA Works project. Was renovated in the early 90s. Put about probably $2 to $3 million into renovating this ballpark. And then the artificial turf was added about 4 years ago. Fastball misses high, 1-1. Had a couple of professional teams play here in years past. Of course, way back in the since its inception, there were a number of kind of minor league farm clubs, but Independent League was here since it was renovated in the early 90s. They had the Tyler Wildcatters here for a couple years, and then the Roughnecks. There goes the runner. You throw it down, and not in time. A stolen base for Kalen Clayton. Pretty good jump by Clayton. And with 2 outs, he's now in scoring position for Modgeling. 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 away. Spin move to second, and they picked him off. Run down ensues. You flip it over to Davis at third, and they make the tag. Nicely done by the Apache defense to erase a potential run there. It's going to go 1-6-5, and that'll end the inning. But the Eagles get a run on a solo blast off the bat of Jake Chapman. And your new scores, we go to the bottom of the third. It's Northeast 7, Tyler 2. Welcome back to Tyler, Texas. Dr. John Groth with you. Trace Thomas will get his first plate appearance of the day. Left-handed batting right fielder for the Apaches. Apaches trying to extend a 2-game winning streak. Eagles trying to snap a 3-game skid. There's the bunt right back to the mound. Asay off the mound, and it's a bang-bang play, but they do get Thomas for out number 1. So Thomas tries to drag himself aboard and can't quite get the ball. You got those kind of drag bunts, you've got to get it. You can't let the pitcher field that ball. If you get that towards second base, it's an easy hit. You got to get it away from that mound. And good job by Asay to pounce on that thing and rifle it over to Bombach for out number 1. Top of the lineup now, Dalton Davis for the second time. Struck out swinging back in the first inning, 0 for 1. Someone's wondering if they got corked bats. There's a line drive into left field, base hit for Dalton Davis. Well, good swing right there by Davis. And the Apaches trying to work their way back. They're down 5 runs in a 7-inning ball game. We're in the bottom of the third. Snap, throw over, and Davis barely beats the throw over there. 7-2, the Eagles lead at bottom of the third inning. Another pickoff attempt, and Davis back safely. 1 on, 1 out in the bottom of the third. There goes Davis. The throw down is high and got him. Boy, it looked like he had it beat, but he got the tag in time, and Davis is out. That ball kind of floated on Munton as got rid of it in a pretty good fashion, pretty quick release there. It seemed to float in the air as it got to second base, but the tag applied, and there's 2 away. Boy, right down the middle of that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. What's interesting about the offense for the Eagles, we talked about it on the pregame with Coach Morgan, and the Eagles in the doubleheader Friday only mustered 10 hits in 2 games. They've already got 7 hits in this ball game alone. Here's the 2-1. That ball's well hit. High right field. This has got a chance, and this ball is out of here. Well, there you go. That ball was well hit on a normal day, probably off the fence. But on a day when the wind is blowing straight out in that exact direction, Jacob Johnson gets a 2-out solo home run. And the Apaches match that single run by the Eagles in the third, so now it's back to a 4-run deficit, 7-3. Back and forth we go.
Number 16, Luke Johnson.
Well, it's a good day to be a left-handed hitter at Mike Carter Field. I'll tell you that. Or if you're a righty that can go the opposite way, just like Vega did last time. As that wind continues to whistle out from about the third base dugout where the Eagles are residing, right out toward the flagpole, which is just to the right of the scoreboard in right field. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 away. This is Luke Johnson now. In there for a strike. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Eagles with a 4-run lead here as the Apaches bat in their half of inning number 3. The opening game, remember, a 7-inning affair. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, way out in front on the breaking pitch. And the side is retired. That's strikeout number 3 for Logan Asay. But the Apaches do get 1 run on 2 hits. They'll leave nobody on, and we go to inning number 4. Your new score from Mike Carter Field and Tyler, it's Northeast 7 and Tyler 3. There's the bunt attempt right back to the mound. This is Gonzalez now on the mound and got him. Bang, bang play at first base. And, boy, I thought he was there. I thought he had that beat. And the first base coach thought he was safe as well. And the runner, Cole Modgeling, thought, obviously he's going to go back to the dugout disappointed. Boy, a bang, bang play. And the Apaches get that call. Out number 1. That is not an easy play. His new pitcher is Jason Gonzalez, the right-handed freshman out of Arlington, Texas, 6'6" and 235. And he's tested right away by that bunt. First pitch in there, strike 1 to Luke McBride, his 3rd at bat in 4 innings. McBride has singled to left and reached on error to 3rd. There's a ground ball to short. This is Lynn Weber, and there's 2 outs. Well, again, those drag bunts for hits, we've seen both squads try to do that the last inning, and you just got to keep those things away from the pitcher. And both pitchers have made plays. Ase made a play in the last half inning, and that was Gonzalez rifling that ball over and just barely getting the runner Modgeling. First pitch misses, ball 1. This is Sawyer Thornhill. A 2 RBI single to center his last time up. Tried to bunt back in the first inning and popped it up, so he's 1 for 2. A couple RBIs and a run scored. Not a bad day at the yard. We're in the 4th inning, 7-3. Eagles lead it. 2 outs, nobody up on. The 2-0 pitch. In there for a strike. It's 2-1. Well, this inning is happening pretty quickly here. We'll try to get you some numbers on Jason. Fly ball left field, and this is driving the left fielder Alvarado back, and he'll make the catch. So F7, it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Eagles here in the 4th as Jason Gonzalez, in his 5th appearance of the year, he is 2-0 with a 1.23 ERA. 7 1/3 innings pitched, 14 strikeouts and 4 walks for the freshman from Arlington. He retires the Eagles in order. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Your score from Tyler, Texas. It's the Northeast Texas Community College Eagles 7, Tyler Apaches 3. Four, 5, and 6 for the Apaches here in inning number 4. Again, a 7-inning ball game here in the opener. And so you're talking about in a 9-inning time frame. It's the bottom of the 6th inning as the Eagles hold on to a 4-run lead. Miguel Vega, solo home run his last time up. 1 for 1. Logan Acey, 38 pitches through 3 innings. Done a nice job of keeping that pitch count down. 12 in the first, 15 in the second, 11 in the third. Here's pitch number 39. Going to miss high. Ball 1. 7 runs on 7 hits, 1 error for Northeast. 3 runs on 4 hits, 1 error for the Tyler Apaches. 1-0 pitch, just a hair low. And it's 2-0. At homer by Vega, his 4th of the year. 21st RBI for the Apache first baseman. The 2-0. Big swing and a miss. 2 balls and 1 strike. Vega, 342 average for the Apaches. 4 doubles, 1 triple, and now 4 homers. 2-1 off the plate. And it's 3-1. Vega was also the leadoff hitter in the second inning. We're in the bottom of inning number 4. Here's the pitch. Right over the heart of the plate, breaking pitch. Acey's got a nice late breaking. It's either a slider, cut fastball, probably a slider. Has some late life to it. Payoff pitch coming up to the big fella. Big swing and a miss, and he got him. Strikeout number 4 for Logan Acey. And that's 2 in a row now for the freshman from Plano out of Frisco Wakeland High School. Here's Daniel Young. He was strikeout victim number 2 for Acey back in the second inning. He's 0 for 1. First pitch swung on, fastball, just does miss it, and it's 0-1. On the year, Young 269. 3 doubles, a triple, a homer, 9 RBIs for the Apache DH. Breaking pitch, kind of backdoor breaker right there. Quickly 0-2. Well, we heard Coach Rippenthal talk about the fact that the Apaches are probably going to use a number of pitchers. Now we got dumbbells down there. Where are all these weights coming from? Is that Jack G still lifting down there? Does he bring his own weights? Okay. They got some weights down there in the shed. It's not a bad use of your time. It's just I've been coming out here for a few years and never have seen the free weights down in the bullpen. It's back to the shoulder shrugs. I love it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 away here in the Apache 4th. The pitch. Pops it up, left side, out of play. That better keep going. The Avalon safe for another at bat here. I have taken a ball right off the back hood of my car, and I have the dent to prove it. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 1 away. Acey comes set, the pitch. Boy, fastball in on the hands, and Young just does get a piece of it, fouls it straight back. The Apaches are preparing for a big 3-game series with Division III rival Coastal Bend, and many of you, especially on the northeast side of it, won't quite understand. Breaking pitch, got him, strike 3. That's 3 strikeouts in a row for Logan Acey. That one backwards, and that's 5 strikeouts in the game, 3 in a row for the freshman from Plano. And here's Mark Alvarado, base hit up the middle his last time up. The Apaches are Division III. They do not have a scholarship in that dugout, so their postseason path will be totally different than the Eagles, as the Apaches have been provisionally admitted into the Region 14 Eastern Zone Conference this year as a temporary replacement, if you will, for the Angelina Roadrunners, who are pressing pause on athletics this year. And so the Apaches, while they're playing in conference and actually doing quite well going into today's play, they're in second place with a 11-4 record. Their path to postseason goes through Coastal Bend. And so there's only 2 teams, Division III in Region 14. That's the Cougars and the Apaches. There's a ground ball up the middle, grabbed by McBride, throws across, and that's your inning. 6-3 if you're scoring at the house. We'll pick that up back up as we start inning number 5. We're through 4 complete. Your score from Mike Carter Field in Tyler, it's Northeast 7, Tyler 3. All right, we'll bring you back just a hair early as top of the fifth, 4, 5, and 6 for the Eagles. This is Nico Baumbach, a 3-run home run to left field his last time up. He's 1 for 1. The Eagles will have to earn their way into the playoffs via finishing high enough in the Region 14 Eastern Zone standings. The Apaches, this weekend, they normally play a 7-game season series with Coastal Bend to determine the seeding for the playoffs. So because of the snowcalypse, that series has been shortened from 7 games to 3 games. Big swing and a miss on a breaking pitch, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike to Baumbach. So the Apaches this weekend will play Wednesday, Thursday, Friday over in Cleburne. They're going to a neutral site because normally there's a check swing and a foul tip. It's 1-2. Normally they'd play a home-and-home series with the Coastal Bend Cougars. But because of the snowcalypse, now it's reduced to a 3-game series. The winner of that series will have the number 1 seed from Region 14 in the playoffs. Boy, a fastball. I don't know where that was. I couldn't have taken that with 2 strikes, but Baumbach gets the call. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody on, nobody out. We're in the top of the 5th of a 7-inning ball game. Boy, another good fastball that misses inside, and Jason Gonzalez kind of wandering around on the mound, wondering the same thing I am. Pretty good spots there. 3 balls, 2 strikes, the pitch. That one was off the plate, a breaking pitch, and Baumbach is aboard with a leadoff walk. That's the first walk of the day for Gonzalez, and the 3rd walk of the day for Tyler pitching. Here's Bryce Yasko now, 0 for 2. He grounded out to short with the bases loaded in the first inning. He got an RBI with that at bat. And last time up, he lined out to right field to end the 2nd inning. Jumping all over a fastball, fouls it off to the right side. And it's 0-1. So 2 very different paths for these 2 squads to playoffs. And that's why we asked Coach Rupenthal and Coach Wren on the pregame show about their thoughts about where this doubleheader fit into the bigger picture. There's a bunt, third base line is going to roll foul. Boy, if you keep that fair, almost surely that's a hit. But that's what you teach your batters here on those drag bunts, perfect or foul, right? And that was just a hair foul. No balls and 2 strikes now to Bryce Yasko. So the weekend series with the Coastal Bend Cougars in Cleburne for the Apaches, probably in the bigger scheme of things, more important than this doubleheader, and yet you want to put your best foot forward here today, not compromising anything in terms of pitching depth or anything else. Fly ball right field, and this is Trace Thomas drifting back for out number 1. Could talk to both Coach Wren and Coach Rubenthal about how you balance being competitive in a conference doubleheader. That really, the conference is, in the bigger picture, it's preparing you for what's down the road in the Division III level of playoffs, which is Coastal Bend first, that 3-game series this week, and then ultimately the District C playoffs, which will happen in May. First pitch off the plate, ball 1. This is Caleb Mutton, the catcher. Grounded out to second, lined out to center. He's 0 for 2. Well, the ultimate, I think, thought for Coach Wren as that curveball catches the heart of the plate 1-1 is to get the Apaches back into the conference full time as Division I members. Of course, that's a decision made by the higher-ups, and we were in the conference for 10 years when I first started the program. There's a ground ball to short, 4 and 6 and 3. Tailor-made double play ball off the bat of Caleb Mutton. Nicely done by Lightfoot and Lindweber up the middle, and Vega on the stretch. The inning is over. 3 up, 3 down, nothing across. A 0 on the board in the 5th inning. We'll go to the bottom half. It's 7-3 Northeast. And welcome back to Tyler, Texas. Dr. John Groth with you. Bottom of the 5th inning. 7, 8, 9 for the Apaches. Cole Lightfoot, Tyler Lindweber, Trace Thomas scheduled to hit for the men in pinstripes. Well, if you're wondering how Coastal Bend is doing, go to the Region 14 site. They are currently in 4th place. They're provisional members of the South Zone, Region 14 South, which Sanjak leading 11-1 in 1st place. Then is Wharton at 9-3, Blinn 7-7, Coastal Bend 4-8, Alvin 4-10, and Galveston 3-9. So just like the Apaches have been given kind of a provisional membership into the Eastern Zone, Coastal Bend, a Division III competitor, also granted provisional status with the South Zone. There's a little bloop. That's fair ball. Off the fist, Lightfoot hits first. He'll go for 2. Here's the throw, and he's going to be out by a mile. And, boy, a bad base running decision right there by Cole Lightfoot. That ball, who threw that ball? Shortstop went way out there. That ball just did fall inside fair ball territory in left field. So Lightfoot gets the single, but he'll be thrown out 6-4 easily, and there's 1 out. Well, that hurts right there as you're trying to climb back from a 4-run deficit here in the bottom of the 5th. Instead of having a runner on and nobody out, you got 1 out and nobody aboard. Here's Tyler Lindweber, who hit a little squibber out in front of home plate. And Munton threw him out. He's 0 for 1. Pitches in there. 1 ball, 1 strike. So Navarro leads the Eastern Zone at 11-2. And it's Tyler at 11-4. Next pitch called a strike. It's 1-2. Then it's Paris 6-9, Bossier 6-9, Panola 5-8, and then Northeast at 4-11. I'm sorry, 4-12 now. They haven't updated these standings. 1-2. Ground ball to short. This is Luke McBride. Throws across, and there's 2 away. So with 2 outs, nobody aboard here in inning number 5, Trace Thomas will step in. Tried to drag bunt his way aboard last time, and Asay made a nice play off the mound. So Thomas is 0 for 1 today. Asay now has 59 pitches. Another very efficient inning so far for the freshman out of Frisco Wakeland. No balls and 1 strike as Thomas foul tips it. Here's the 0-1. Fly ball, center field. Modling should have no problem squeezing that one for out number 3. So that'll do it for the Apaches. F8 if you're scoring at the house. 3 up, 3 down, nothing across. AC now at 61 pitches. That was a 7-pitch inning. As one interesting factoid for the Apaches, they haven't had many base runners, and they have left no one on base this whole ball game. And the Eagles have only left 2 on themselves. So we will head to inning number 6. This game is moving right along. 7-3 Eagles. Chapman, Wood, and Clayton scheduled to hit for the Eagles here as we start the inning Number 6, first pitch misses, ball 1. That's pitch number 20 for Jason Gonzalez. Came on with nobody out in the 4th inning. 1-0 pitch in their first strike. 1-1. Chapman popped up to second, and last time up had a blast into the trees in left field for a solo home run. 1-1 pitch. This ball's drilled into the gap. And, boy, you cut it off. Nice done by Alvarado. Here's the throw to second, and hustling double. There's Craig Biggio hustling double for Jake Chapman. Really nice job by Mark Alvarado to cut that ball off and rifle it into Cole Lightfoot, but good hustle by Chapman. So he's got a double and a homer in this ball game. And stepping in now is the third baseman, Cade Wood. Wood is 2 for 2 on the day, a single to center and a single to right. Gonzalez from the set position. The pitch. Boy, out in front of a breaking pitch. Just does get a piece. It's 0-1. Well, this first one's scheduled for a 7-inning ball game. Game 2 will be back to real baseball. We'll play 9. 7 runs on 8 hits for Northeast. 3 runs on 5 hits for the Apaches. Both teams have committed 1 error. Ground ball up the middle. Lynn Weber scoops it, throws it, and there's 1 away. That will move Chapman over to third base with 1 out. Here's the 9-hitter, Kalen Clayton. 1 for 2 on the day. Clayton a single. A little chopper right up the middle to Dalen Farmer. Inadvertently tried to reach up with his bare hand, and he hit the ball to third base his last time up, fielder choice. First pitch swing, and this is high and deep to right center, and this ball is gone. That ball's way out of here. That went deep into the trees. Another home run for Northeast Texas, and it's now 9-3. A 2-run blast by Kalen Clayton. And it's now a 6-run advantage, their biggest of the day. Well, no, it was 6-0 as we went to the second inning, so they matched their biggest lead of the day. And back to the top we go. Cole Modgling, nobody on, 1 out. Modgling 0 for 2 with a walk. First pitch swinging and caught by Cole Lightfoot at second base for out number 2. Well, I'll tell you what, even the outs are well-hit balls, as the Eagles squaring the ball up well today. Here's Luke McBride. 2 outs in the inning now for the Eagles, but a 2-run home run by 9-hitter Kalen Clayton has pushed the lead back out to 6. Swing and a miss, strike 1 to McBride. McBride 1 for 3. He singled back in the first inning. He reached on an error and grounded out to short. Here's the 0-1 off the plate. Gonzalez now 28 pitches, 19 strikes, 9 balls. 1-1 pitch, pop up right side, and that's going to drift out of play into the bleachers. This ballpark seats 4,000 people. If you've never been out here, beautiful place to watch a game. Boy, not a bad seat in the house. 2 large bleacher sections in the down the lines, and then smaller chairback bleachers on either side of the dugout, and then some chairbacks right behind home plate. There's a ground ball through the hole, base hit for McBride, the second hit of the day. 2-out single brings up Sawyer Thornhill.
Now batting number 27, Sawyer Thornhill.
Thornhill, a 2 RBI single in the second inning. He's 1 for 3 today. That's 10 hits for the Eagles. That matches their total for the doubleheader on Friday. First pitch swinging, fly ball to center. Jacob Johnson right there to make the catch for out number 3. F8 if you're scoring at the house, but the Eagles get 2 runs on 3 hits. They leave 1 on, and your new score as we go to the bottom of the 6th is now the Eagles 9 and the Apaches 3. Back in a minute on ApacheAthletics.com. First pitch is a strike to Dalton Davis as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. 9-3, Northeast Texas. Boy, a couple of storylines in this ball game. One is the pitcher, Logan Asay, doing a great job. Started the inning with 61 pitches. The other thing is the bats from Northeast Texas have definitely woken up since the doubleheader. They have equaled their run total in 2 games here, as they scored only 7 runs in the doubleheader and 10 hits. They got 10 hits and 9 runs here in the opening game of this one. So if you heard the pregame interview with Coach Andy Morgan, really appreciated his perspective, staying positive with his hitters and just kind of trusting the process, preparing as you do every day, and seems to be paying off here in game 1. 2-2 pitch. We just off the plate, not by much. And Asay thought he had strike 3. Davis gets the call. Dalton Davis 1 for 2. He struck out, single to left. You need base runners. The Apaches 6 runs behind here in the 6th inning of a 7-inning ball game. Strike 3 called. And a good breaking pitch right there, and Davis will go back to the dugout. Strikeout number 6 on the day for Logan Asay. He's doing a really nice job as the Apache offense really came to life in game 2 of that doubleheader in Mount Pleasant. 8 runs on 16 hits. And so far today, just 5 hits and 3 runs. 2 of the runs are on solo home runs. One by this guy here, Jacob Johnson. The other by Miguel Vega. The other run was scored was on a balk. So offense has been really limited today by effective pitching from Logan Asay. Johnson is 1 for 2 with a home run. Here's the 0-1. Up the middle, off the glove of Asay. He'll flip it over for out number 2. Nice play there by Logan Asay. And there's 2 away here in the 6th inning. Here's Luke Johnson for the 3rd time, 0 for 2. Back in the first inning, Cade Wood, a web gem to get Johnson, and then a strikeout swinging to end the third inning. So Luke Johnson looking for his first hit of the ball game. Boy, hit the bull. That one got away from him all the way to the backstop here. Ball one. Logan Asay, 69 pitches now, 46 strikes, 23 balls. One-oh pitch. Well, that misses outside and low. 2 balls and no strikes. Apache's trying to get win number 20 on the year. They're 19-6 overall. The 2-0. Way out in front of that one down the third base line. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. From the stretch position, Asay the pitch. He's got the fastball by him. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, nobody aboard here in the 6th inning. We're playing 7 here in the opener. Our plan is to let the stream go here, and we'll just dial back the audio for about 30 minutes between games. So you can either mute your stream, or you can just log back in and hop back into the Game 2 broadcast. Hopefully we'll get some lineups up here kind of quick and be back at baseball. This one's getting late in this ball game. In the bottom of the 6th. A 5-run second inning really has been the difference in this one, or one of the big differences, as Northeast brought 8 batters to the plate in that second inning. Little tapper, and it's going to be the shortstop, McBride, and he can't get it over there in time. It's an infield single for Luke Johnson. Well, that ball was way in the hole. At first, I thought Cade Wood was going to cut it off at third, and he deferred to Luke McBride, who had a much tougher play as he had to go to his right. And by the time he could get it over there to first base, Luke Johnson had legged out a single. The ball got away from Bombach, but went right off the fence. Very little foul territory here at Mike Carter Field, so those overthrows aren't as costly here as they are at other ballparks. Here's Vega now for the 3rd time. He hit a solo home run in his first at-bat, struck out swinging to lead off the 4th. 1 for 2. Fouls the first pitch off, and it's 0-1 on the Apache first baseman. Breaking pitch blocked by Munton. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the 1-1. Look out, little chin music right there. Vega's got to duck out of the way. And it's 2-1. 9-10-1 for Northeast Texas. 3-6-1 for the Tyler Apaches. You know, I think they're putting a rule into the, I don't know, it was AA maybe, where if you got to make a move if you make a pickoff move, you got to step off the rubber. They're trying out some new rules in professional baseball. And they showed, I was watching a game the other day, and that was one of them, which is an interesting, so no more will you be able to spin and pick at first from a right-hander standpoint. You got to step off the rubber. Some of the rules that they put in are speed-up rules. Swing and a miss, got him. And boy, what an outing by Logan Asay. That's strikeout number 7 in the ball game. And that will end the Apache 6th inning. No runs on 1 hit, 1 left. We go to inning number 7 of a 7-inning ball game. And your score from Mike Carter Field, it's Northeast 9 and Tyler 3. Four, 5, and 6 for the Eagles from Northeast Texas. They lead at 9-3. This is Nico Baumbach for the 4th time. 2 walks and a 3-run bomb. Ground ball to short. Lynn Weber on the big hop. And there's 1 out. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the 7th. Bryce Yasko, 0-for-3 on the day. Does have an RBI back in the 1st inning. Bases loaded, ground ball to short. Well, hour and 35 minutes. Not bad. Press box crew happy about that. 1 ball, no strikes to Bryce Yasko. Ball's off the plate, 2-0. That wind continues to whistle. Now shifting just a little bit, maybe more from the bullpen area toward the foul pole. There's a base hit up the middle. First hit of the day for Yasko, and there's an Eagle aboard with 1 out. 11 hits on the day for the Eagles. And here's Caleb Munton, the catcher. He's 0-for-3. Grounded out to second, lined out to center, and grounded into an inning-ending double play back in the 5th. Big hack right there. No balls and 1 strike. A lot of first pitch swings today. I would say more than half, if not 2/3 of the batters for Northeast Texas today have taken pretty big daddy hacks on the first pitch of the at-bat. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. In the top of the 7th, 9-3. Northeast leads it. The 1-1 pitch. There goes the runner. You throw down and look out. He almost drilled Jason Gonzalez there. Stolen base for Bryce Yasko. 2 balls and 1 strike now as Northeast looks to add to their lead. Foul ball, that's going to go well past the Avalon into the parking lot. And it's 2-2. All right, Rhonda has checked in, rooting for the Apaches. Well, it's a little breezy out here. I don't know if it's too breezy. And bring you a windbreaker or get up where the wind isn't going to bother you. A lot of people out here enjoying some sunshine and some good college baseball. So if you're in the area, still got plenty of time. We're playing a real baseball game here in Game 2, 9-inning affair. We're in inning number 7 right here as the Eagles try to add to a 9-3 lead. 1 out in the inning. Casco out at second. And a 2-2 count on Munton. Here's the pitch. And lays off a breaking pitch. And it's a full count now on the Eagle catcher. Still looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 3 today. Jake Chapman waits on deck. Jason Gonzalez on the mound for the Apaches. 40 pitches now for Gonzalez. That's ball 4. So now you got 2 Eagles aboard. That really doesn't hurt you. That's the second walk for Gonzalez. 4 walks for Tyler Pitchers. That sets up a double play here. And here is Jake Chapman. And this guy, 2 for 3, a double and a home run. 2 runs scored and an RBI for the DH, Jake Chapman. Gonzalez, 41 pitches now, 26 strikes, 15 balls. First pitch. Called a strike, gets 0-1. No, that wind seems to be shifting a bit. Now it's kind of out towards center field. Shifting more to the north. Keeping an eye on, we have pennants to our right and left here in the press box. And it's shifting just a bit. Now that flag is pointed a little bit more towards right center and center than it was earlier. One out, 2 aboard. Gonzalez has the sign and the pitch. Boy, good block right there by Luke Johnson. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, you do have a couple of Apache pitchers kind of standing around in that bullpen, aren't throwing right now. Gonzalez right at 43 pitches. High pop-up. This is going to carry. Going back is the right fielder Thomas, and it gets out of here. That ball cleared by about a foot. And a 3-run home run by Jake Chapman, and that's his second home run of the day. Well, that's a frustrating one if you're pitching, because on a normal day, that might even be an out. But today, not so much. That ball carried, and as soon as it got up quickly, you kind of knew it had a chance, and sure enough, it got out of the ballpark by about a foot. And boy, it's a 9-run lead, 12-3 now, as the home run by Chapman clears the bases. That'll bring a visit from Coach Ruppenthal. And after losing 2 games in Mount Pleasant on Friday, the Eagles have come right back here, swinging the bats. 12 runs on 12 hits. And how many home runs? 1, 2, 3, 4 home runs. And they haven't been all, I mean, a 3-run homer, a 2-run homer, another 3-run homer, and a solo shot. So they have been important. You know, bases clearing, high RBI total home runs. And Coach Ruppenthal has spoken his piece. You do have a right-hander in the bullpen now getting hot. And I know we got a number of different pitcher numbers, but well, it's not Tanner because he's sick. He already sent me a message. So whoever's wearing Tanner's jersey today is down in that bullpen. Ground ball foul. And it's quickly 0-2 on Cade Wood. think it's Brandon McNeely. So my lineup card says. So McNeely appears to be getting hot down there. Is that right? Yeah. That ball's well hit to center. Johnson, though, has a beat on it and 2 outs in the inning. That's an L8 by Cade Wood. Another hard out by the Eagles. And a lot of their hitters finding barrels today, even on the outs. So 2 outs. Kalen Clayton hit a 2-run homer his last time up. He's 2 for 3. First pitch misses high, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. It's going to miss high and outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Pop up right side. That's going to drift out of play. Right into the middle of this bleacher section where the Apache reserve players are sitting due to COVID. Well, interesting that the Eagles are not distributed in the bleachers today. First time I've seen that on the visiting side. That pitch is in there. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 away. Top of the 7th. The Eagles have gotten 3 more runs off the bat of Jake Chapman. 3-run homer. Strike 3 called. That will end the inning, but the damage done as the Eagles now have a 9-run lead. It's 12-3. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Boy, you need 9 to tie and 10 to walk them off in the bottom of the 7th. It'll be 5, 6, and 7. Young, Alvarado, and Lightfoot. Back in just a minute. Welcome back for the bottom of the 7th inning. This opening game will be a 7-inning affair, so this will be it. Apaches need a monumental rally if they are to try to get back into this one. Daniel Young leads it off, 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts for the Apache DH, 5, 6, and 7. First pitch in there, strike 1. That was pitch number 82 for Logan Asay. What a job he's done. 7 strikeouts through 6 innings of work. 0-1 pitch. Just misses low. 1 ball, 1 strike. 12 runs on 12 hits for Northeast. 3 runs on 6 hits for the Apaches. Home runs have been in abundance today. Wind's blowing out. There's a bullet right up the middle, and that'll get things started for Tyler here in inning number 7. First hit of the day for Daniel Young. That'll bring up Mark Alvarado. 1 for 2 on the day. A single to center and a ground out to short. Well, you just need to have a bunch of at-bats in a row here. Try to give yourself a chance, or if nothing else, have some good at-bats to prepare yourself for game 2. Fastball misses inside, ball 1. Well, I haven't seen much of anything down in that Eagle bullpen other than some guys getting some suntans on their arms. Got the sleeves rolled up down there. 1-0 pitch. Just misses low. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Ground ball left side of the infield and can't make the play. It's going to be an error by McBride. You probably would have got at least the lead runner at second as it is. That'll go as an E6. And 2 on, nobody out for Cole Lightfoot. Nope, we're going to have a pinch hitter here. As stepping in for the Apaches is going to be Robert Hines. So Hines will pinch hit for Lightfoot here. In the 7th inning, Lightfoot 1 for 2 on the day. His day is done now as Hines steps in for the first time. Hines, the freshman infielder from Garland. First pitch in the dirt, ball 1. Next pitch, high chopper. Boy, you got to wait for it to come down. You get that runner, you throw to first. Got him. Boy, nice play by Luke McBride. He had to wait forever for that chopper to come down off the bat of Hines. And by the time he got it in his hands, he stepped on second, rifled it over to Baumbach. 6-3, twin killing. And over to third goes Young with 2 outs. And now we got another pinch hitter. And who is this? This is Edward Zhang. So Edward Zhang is going to get a pinch hit right here. First pitch in there, strike 1. So Zhang hits for Lynn Weber here in the 7th. With 2 outs, and you're down to your last out. 0-1 pitch off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, you got another pinch hitter in the on-deck circle. And that's Warren Sammons. We'll see if he gets a chance to bat. Going to miss low. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pinch hitter, Edward Zhang. Well, after making the error on Alvarado's ball, really nice play by Luke McBride at short to get that double play. When the ball was in the air, I thought they might not even get the runner at second. But he did so and threw a rocket over to Baumbach for the twin killing. 2-1 pitch. That's drilled into right center field, and that's down. Base hit for Zhang. He'll chug into second base with a hustling double. Well, you love to see that. Coming off the bench, getting an RBI. Good piece of hitting right there by Edward Zhang. And it's 12-4. And here is Warren Sammons. So Sammons get his first at-bat of the game. He'll pinch hit for Trace Thomas. (12-4) Northeast as Logan Asay tries to finish this thing up. Apache's down to their last out. Boy, waves at a breaking pitch, strike 1. Well, you got guys swinging the bats down there in that bullpen. Nobody throwing on the mound right now. I see 2 different guys swinging bats. Here's the next pitch. That ball's drilled center field, but you got room and you make the catch. That's Modling out there to end the ball game. Boy, line drive off the bat of Warren Salmons. And that will do it. So let's see if we can pull up some final numbers here. As it looks like your starting pitcher is going to go right at 95 pitches. As the Apaches do leave one on, their first runner in scoring position the whole ball game. And they do get one run here in this last inning. Your final line score, Northeast Texas 12 runs on 12 hits, 1 error. And the Apaches 4 runs on 8 hits. They also commit 1 error. All right, let's wrap this one up for you as we get ready to play. We'll take about a 30-minute break between games here. I'll just dial the volume down on the mic, and we'll let the stream go. This game started out, Northeast jumped out ahead in that first inning. A routine grounder by Bryce Yasko with the bases loaded gave them a 1-0 lead. The Apaches could not counter in their half of the first inning. After one inning, it was 1-0. But the big inning in this game was that second inning for the Eagles as they put up 5 big runs. As a big 2-run single by Sawyer Thornhill and then a 3-run homer by Nico Bombach. And it was 6-0 after an inning and a half. The Apaches would counter with 2 runs in their half of the second inning. The first one off a solo home run by Miguel Vega. And then a balk by Ace balked in Alvarado for the second run that inning. At that point, it was 6-2. Now Northeast would come back in the third inning. A solo home run by Jake Chapman would make it 7-2. The Apaches would come back in the bottom half of the third inning with a solo home run by Jacob Johnson. And it was 7-3. It stayed 7-3 until the 6th inning. And in the 6th inning, a 2-run home run by Kalen Clayton would make it 8-3. And then it was 11-3. Actually, it ended up being 12-3 on a 3-run home run by Jake Chapman, his second of the ball game. In the 7th inning, the Apaches would counter with an RBI double by pinch hitter Edward Zhang, and that would be their final RBI of the ball game. Is your final line score. Northeast Texas 12 runs, 12 hits, 1 error. Tyler Apaches 4 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. Your winning pitcher is going to be Logan Ace, and he'll take his record to 2-2. Losing pitcher will be Dalen Farmer, and Farmer will go to 0-1 on the year. This was Farmer's first start of the season. Gonzalez did a nice job in relief for the Apaches as you'll have a 9-inning affair coming up here next. And after a doubleheader on Friday, both these pitching staffs probably just a hair depleted. The loss will drop the Apaches' overall record to 19-7, and their conference record will drop to 11-5. The win will take Northeast's overall record to 7-16, and their conference record will now be at 5-12. And so, boy, just under 2 hours for this one to play out, and it's, boy, the Northeast Eagle bats really woke up in this one. As, boy, even their outs were hard outs, and they get 4 home runs and 12 big hits. And so they'll snap a 3-game losing streak, and the Apaches' 2-game win streak will now be over as well. So that will wrap things up for now. We'll take about a 30-minute break, and we'll be back at it here in just probably about 30 minutes. We'll try to get the lineups up here and get you going, but we'll let the stream go so you do what you want at home. So we'll take about a 30-minute break and be back on the air. For the whole athletic department at Tyler Junior College, that would include athletic director Mr. Kevin Vest, Captain Chuck Smith, the associate athletic director. Miss Kelsey Weeks is assistant athletic director. And, of course, Miss Jordan Jones, who hopefully is enjoying her Palm Sunday off from keeping the ship afloat back at Wagstaff Gym. A big shout out to our student assistant, Ed Atkins, doing the live stats for you, keeping me on track up here. Matthew York doing a great job at the PA. And today we had a guest scoreboard operator, McCrae Weist, was up here doing the scoreboard. So thank you to those guys. This is Dr. John Groth on a beautiful Palm Sunday, signing off until probably about, let's see here, about 3:30 or so, maybe 3:20. If we have the lineups, we'll give you the lineups as quick as we can before we start. But until then, thanks for watching. Thanks for all the feedback on the live chat. And thanks be to God who gives us the victory through Jesus Christ our Lord. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. So long, everybody. All right, welcome back to Game 2. Doubleheader day here at the ballpark. We're going to play real baseball here, single 9-inning game to finish this series between the Tyler Junior College Apaches and the Northeast Texas Community College Eagles. The Eagles 7-16 on the year, 5-12 in conference play. Apaches 19-7 overall, 11-5 in conference play. Eagles are led by fifth-year head coach Andy Morgan. Here's the lineup that Coach Morgan has down for Northeast Texas. Leading off, center fielder Cole Modgling. Batting second, the shortstop Luke McBride. Batting third, Sawyer Thornhill, the second baseman. Batting cleanup, first baseman Nico Bombach. Batting fifth, left fielder Bryce Yasko. Batting sixth, the catcher Caleb Munton. Batting seventh, DH Jake Chapman. Batting eighth, third baseman Cade Wood. And batting ninth for the Eagles, right fielder Kalen Clayton. On the mound for the Eagles, Caleb Wisnowski. Defensively for the Apaches, couple of changes here. Mark Alvarado back in left field, Jacob Johnson back in center. Out right, Alec Williams will get the nod. Around the infield, Dalton Davis at third. Tyler Lindweber at short. Ren Reynolds will get the start here in Game 2 at second base. Miguel Vega back at first base. Mike Schrabb will start behind the plate. And on the mound, the freshman from Lufkin, Texas, 6'2" and 230, Duke Jordan. Jordan 0-1 on the year with a 5.82 ERA. This is Jordan's 10th appearance, his 6th start of the season. 21 2/3 innings for Duke Jordan, 35 strikeouts and 31 walks. So a lot of strikeouts, but also a lot of walks for Jordan. As we get ready to start Game 2 here at Mike Carter Field. Dr. John Groth with you. Glad you're with us as we just let that stream roll, and hope you're going to enjoy Game 2 here. 70 degrees now in Tyler, 24% humidity, and the winds have shifted from the northeast to the due north now, 14 miles an hour. So those winds are blowing pretty much straight out. Really, righties and lefties will get a little bit of a nudge now. That first game, the northeast wind blew mostly to right field. This one's going to blow straight out, so shifted a little bit. Duke Jordan has taken his warm-up tosses, and here's the first pitch. In there, strike one. We're underway at 3:25. Modgling, a switch hitter, is going to flip over to the right side here against the left-handed throwing Duke Jordan. 0-1. Misses inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Boy, what a game for the Eagle hitters. 12 runs on 12 hits in that opener. And also a nice job by Logan Acey, their pitcher, who went the distance. Big swing and a miss. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, absolutely beautiful day, little breezy. As we saw a bunch of homers in the first game, that's going to miss low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Northeast Texas had 4 home runs, and Tyler had 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, we had 6 homers in that first game. And don't often have warm weather with the north wind here. That ball's well hit, high, left field, but foul into the Eagle bullpen. Look out, they're scrambling down there. A little bit of an ugly finder in the bullpen. Normally you have those ugly finders in the dugouts. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody on and nobody out. Just getting started here. Center fielder Cole Modgling. Modgling 0 for 3 in the opener. He did score a run in the first inning. He walked to lead off the first game. Eventually scored on a routine grounder by Yasko. And he's worked the count to full now on Duke Jordan. Jordan, deep breath, the left-hander, full windup, and he walked him. So for the second game in a row, Cole Modgling draws a leadoff walk. There goes the perfect game. Stepping in is Luke McBride. And Luke McBride was 1 for 2 in the first game. Couple of singles, both to left field. He did score a run. All 9 starters scored at least 1 run in that opening ball game. Big swing and a miss, strike 1. That's a pretty unique feature. 12 runs were scored overall, but and the starting lineup at first glance here is exactly the same as game 1. Chases that high fastball, quickly 0-2 on the shortstop Luke McBride. Well, the Apaches have juggled their lineup a bit with Reynolds at second and Williams in right field. Trace Thomas was the starter in right for the Apaches, and Cole Lightfoot started at second base. So a couple of switches in their lineup. Also behind the plate, as you often see in the doubleheaders, Schrabb takes over for Johnson. Johnson stays in as DH. 1-2 pitch, little looper into right center, and that'll fall in the gap. Alec Williams took a bad angle on that ball, and it rolls all the way to the wall. And hustling into third with a triple is Luke McBride. It's 1-0 Eagles. Well, they pick it up right where they left off. An RBI triple by Luke McBride after a leadoff walk to Moduling. And after 2 batters, it's 1-0 Eagles. Well, you weren't quite sure off the bat if there was going to be a play made on that, and Alec Williams got on his horse. He just didn't take the drop step he needed to get the angle on that ball, and it went all the way to the wall. As a result, McBride comes all the way around with a triple. You thought one of the outfielders, it probably don't think that Jacob Johnson had a chance to cut that ball off, but it kind of split the difference between those 2 guys. And got to tip your cap to McBride. He was hustling all the way around second. Good job there by Schrabb to save a run. Blocks a ball in the dirt. It's 2-1. Next pitch. That's going to miss. 3 balls and 1 strike. A walk to Moduling, a triple by McBride, and now a 3-1 count on Sawyer Thornhill. Thornhill 1 for 4 in the opener, and he draws a walk here.
Now batting first baseman number 18, Nico Baumbach.
First walk for, or second walk of the inning for Jordan. And here's Nico Baumbach. 1 for 2 in the opener, a 3-run home run, a ground out to short to go with a couple of walks for Baumbach. First pitch misses, ball 1. Well, when you look at the numbers for Duke Jordan, he's got more than 1 strikeout an inning, but he's also got more than 1 walk an inning. And that's been the issue off and on for the big left-hander as he gets Baumbach to swing through a high fastball for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out here in the first. Runners on the corners. Here's the pitch. Just missed inside. Jordan comes set. Here's the pitch. That one sails inside. 3-1. 1 pitch away from loading him up as Bryce Yasko waits on deck. I would say you probably would be well served to be careful here. There goes the runner. Big hack by Baumbach, pops it out of play to the right side. And we'll do it again with a full count. So Thornhill off with the 3-1 delivery. And we'll see if he takes off here with a 3-2 count. And Jordan will toss a pickoff attempt over there. All right, appreciate folks starting to check in for game 2. Miss Hood and Mrs. Sparza. Rooting from Lubbock, Texas. Awesome. Appreciate that check-in. Mr. Sipes checking in for Sawyer. 1-0 Northeast. We're in the top of the first inning. 3-2 pitch. Popped out of play. A little tardy on the fastball. And we'll do it once again with a full count. Here's the next 3-2 offering. Base hit, right field. Good piece of hit by Bombach, and it's 2-0 Eagles. Well, he fisted him, kind of got in on his hands, but he muscled it into the hole on the right side of the infield. And McBride comes home with a second run of the inning, 2-0. RBI for Bombach. And here's Bryce Yasko. Yasko, an RBI, and a 1-for-4 ball game in the opener. He did score a run. Again, all 9 batters scored at least 1 run in the opening game for the Northeast Texas Eagles. And they have picked it right back up here in inning number 1. Still nobody out. There's a bunt, pops it up, and foul ball. Boy, just foul when Jordan touched that ball. Boy, once it hit the ground, you kind of got to stay away from it. And he did touch it, but it was just foul. He tried to make the catch, had some spin on it, and spun foul. So, you've already scored 2, but this is still very much a bunt situation. With first and second, nobody out. You have a chance to put 2 guys in scoring position and 2 more outs to work with. And that's exactly what Coach Morgan's thinking right here. Here's the 0-1. They're going to bunt again. There's the bunt. That's going to go to third. Dalton Davis will pick it up, rifle it over to Ren Reynolds, who just did get his foot down on the bag for the out. So it goes a sacrifice bunt, 5-4. And it does its job. It moves both runners 90 feet. Second and third now with 1 out for Caleb Munton, the catcher. Munton 0 for 3 with a run scored in the opener. Grounded out a couple of times and lined out to center. First pitch misses inside, ball 1. Well, Vega is even with the bag at first base. Dalton Davis maybe a step behind the bag at third. Middle infielders conceding this run. They are playing back. Here's the 1-0. In there for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 6th batter here in the first inning for Northeast. Again, the lineup is identical to game 1. 1-1 pitch. In there for a strike. It's 1-2. Jake Chapman waits on deck, and that rascal had 2 home runs in the opener. He was 3 for 4. 2 homers and a double. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. And he hit him off the front leg. And Munton, will go down to first base and load the bases up. First hit batter of the day for Jordan, and that will bring a visit from Coach Ruppenthal. It's going to go out and try to get Duke Jordan here to decompress a little bit. You got one out, so that hit batter doesn't really hurt you here. Ground ball will end the inning, but you got to make some quality pitches here to a very hot-hitting Jake Chapman. Again, Chapman, 4 RBIs in the opener. He scored 3 times, drove 4 in, 2 homers and a double to go along with a pop-up to second base. So here's Chapman with the bases loaded. Jordan going to go from the full windup. Corners are in, middle guys are back playing for a double play. First pitch. Wild pitch. Here comes the runner. You flip it to, now you don't even get it there. It's another run. 3-0. Wild pitch moves everybody up. And boy, that's really frustrating because you don't want to give runs away. You got to make them earn it. And the wild pitch will make it 3-0. Second and third, 1 out. Well, got to be careful here. You do have the base open now. So you probably can pitch a little more carefully to Chapman than you might have with the bases loaded. And that pitch is going to miss. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the next pitch. Infield pop-up. That's one of the things you could do with. And Lynn Weber squeezes it at short for the second out. That's a big out right there of a very hot hitter. And boy, a strikeout or an infield pop-up is just what the doctor ordered for Duke Jordan. Here's Cade Wood now, the 8th batter of the inning here in the first. Cade Wood 2 for 4 in the opener. A single to center, a single to right. Ground out to short and a line drive out to center field. From the stretch, Jordan in there for a strike. It's no balls and 1 strike. Well, you try to minimize here best you can. Eagles have scored 3, but they still have 2 more in scoring position. You would like nothing better than to string together some 2-out hits here. 0-1 and called a strike. Wood thought it was high and inside. Time called by Cade Wood. Well, this is real baseball here in game 2. 9-inning ball game. Oh-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him. So Jordan faces 8 Eagles in inning number 1. He walks 2. He hits 1. And those are the things that really kind of come back and bite you. 2 of those walks end up scoring. 1, 2. They score 3 runs on just 2 hits. And we'll go to the bottom half of inning number 1. Your score after 1/2 inning, it's Northeast 3, Tyler 0. All right, let's get you caught up with the Apache batting order. A little bit different here in game 2. Leading off is center fielder Jacob Johnson. Batting second is the second baseman Ren Reynolds. Batting third baseman Dalton Davis. Batting cleanup, the first baseman Miguel Vega. Batting fifth, the DH Luke Johnson. Batting sixth, catcher Mike Schrabb. Batting seventh, left fielder Mark Alvarado. Batting eighth, right fielder Alec Williams. And batting ninth for the Apaches, shortstop Tyler Linweber. Defensively for the Northeast Texas Eagles, Bryce Yasko in center, Cole Modgling in center. Bryce Yasko in left, Cole Modgling in center field, Kalen Clayton back in right, Cade Wood at third, Luke McBride at short, Sawyer Thornhill at second, Nico Bombach at first, Caleb Mutton back behind the plate. On the mound, 6 foot 170 left-handed freshman from Navasota, Texas, Caleb Wisnowski. 1-1 with a 3.05 ERA. His 7th appearance of the year, all of them as a starter. First pitch, left on left matchup, ball one. 20 2/3 innings pitched for Wisnowski, 14 strikeouts, 9 walks for the freshman from Navasota, Texas, Caleb Wisnowski. Big swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Caleb Johnson in the opener, 1 for 3. He had a solo home run in the 3rd inning. One pitch fouled off. That's going to get out in the parking lot. And oh my goodness, it came within a couple of feet of hitting a spectator. They got an umbrella blocking the sun. Unfortunately, also blocked them from seeing that ball. It came within a few feet of the Avalon as well. As Mom's going to walk that ball back to the dugout. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody on and nobody out. Bottom of the 1st. Misses inside, full count. And they have the shift on for Jacob Johnson. Shortstop right behind the bag in shallow center. And the third baseman playing basically a deep shortstop position. Another pop-up straight out of play over our heads. We'll do it again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch just misses, not by much. And Johnson takes the leadoff walk. There goes the perfect game for Caleb Wisnowski. So both pitchers walked the leadoff in the 1st inning. Here's Ren Reynolds. First time today, Ren did not play in the opener. So he'll step in. Apache's trailing 3-0. First pitch in there, strike 1. Well, the Eagles benefited from 2 walks in the 1st inning. Both the walks by Duke Jordan ended up scoring. And they also benefited from a hit batter. Boy, pretty good rip right there by Reynolds. Fouls it straight back. And it's 0-2. You did have a couple of hits by the Eagles in the RBI triple by McBride and an RBI single by Bombach, but that's not really what hurt you in that inning. It's those walks. As Wisnowski continues to work the runner over at first base, Jacob Johnson. Still an 0-2 count. The pitch Just a little high. And it's 1-2. Well, the Apaches will travel to Cleburne on Wednesday, where they'll play at a neutral site. Looks like a really nice ballpark. Independent club that plays out of Cleburne. It's at the Depot at Cleburne Station, Cleburne, Texas. That's just south of Fort Worth area. 1-2 pitch, chopper to third. This is going to be Wood going to second for the lead out, and that'll be it. So 5-4 will get Johnson out at second base. Reynolds will reach on the fielder's choice, and here's Dalton Davis for the first time in game 2. Davis 1 for 3 in the opener, a single to go with a couple of strikeouts. So Wednesday the 31st, Thursday the 1st, and Friday the 2nd. All 1 o'clock starts in Cleburne. Tyler versus Coastal Bend. And those 3 games will determine the seeding of the first round of playoffs. And I'm not 100% sure where those tournaments will be held. That first weekend of playoffs on May 6th. Breaking pitch fouled off. 1 ball, 1 strike. So they'll have 2 4-team double elimination tournaments. And then the winners of those 2 4-team double elimination tournaments will meet in a 3-game series on the 13th of May. So the 3-game series with Coastal will simply decide who's the number 1 seed from Region 14 East and who's the number 2 seed out of the East. And that will determine which of those 4-team brackets they'll go to. And it may decide if one of those, it may be a host situation where the winner of the Coastal Series may earn the right to host one of those regional tournaments. Haven't talked details with Coach Wren or Kevin Vest, the athletic director, but I know some of those, the championship rotates. There's a wild pitch that gets past Caleb Munton, and with 1 out down to second goes Ren Reynolds. So now Reynolds at second, 1 out, the pitch. Off the plate, it's the second walk of the inning for Caleb Wisniewski. And like his counterpart, he's walked the first batter and the third batter. Exactly what Duke Jordan did. Here's Miguel Vega. And Vega in the opener, 1 for 3. He had a solo home run and 2 strikeouts. First pitch in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Well, the Apaches have a chance to get right back into this one. Reynolds at second, Davis at first. Wisniewski from the set position. Here's the pitch. Boy, really takes something off of that curveball, and Vega way out in front. It's 0-2. Well, you might think about sending these guys right here. We'll see if they're moving. Not going. Well off the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So I think the way the Eastern Zone playoffs will go for Northeast, as Vega fouls one off to the right side. Count will stay 1-2. I think you got to finish in the top 4. And there are 6 teams in the Eastern Zone, and Tyler's one of them, so they will be not involved in the Division I playoffs this year because they're Division III schools. So basically, you got to try to finish in one of the top 4 spots in the conference, taking Tyler out of the equation. And so if you look at that, Northeast is just 2 games behind Panola right now for that 4th spot in the playoffs. Of course, we are just turning the corner on the second half of conference play, so still a lot of baseball in front of both these squads. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pesky at bat here by Vega. Another foul ball. And what you like about this is you are forcing the pitch count up on Wisnowski as Miguel Vega keeps battling here. Apaches walk, ground ball, walk. 2 on and 1 out. A 1-2 count. The next 1-2. Little tapper towards second. Tough play here for Thornhill, and he'll get Vega. That basically works as a bunt almost, swinging bunt. Vega's out 4-3. To second goes Davis, to third goes Reynolds. And now it's Luke Johnson's turn with 2 outs. Luke Johnson, the DH here in the nightcap, was the starting catcher in the opener. 1 for 3, an infield single, a strikeout, and a ground out. 3-0, Northeast leads it. Bottom of the first, the Apaches would love to get a 2-out hit from Johnson here and tighten this thing up. First pitch misses low, ball 1. Wisnowski, the set, the pitch. Just low, 2-0. Next pitch, another off speed. And Johnson fouls it off. It's 2-1. Reynolds is at third, Davis at second. The pitch. Boy, big hack there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mike Schrabb, the catcher, waits on deck for the Apaches. Pop up out of play. Okay, so appreciate that feedback. Pop up and home plate is Munton and makes the grab for the final out. Nice play by Caleb Munton to stay with that ball, and that will do it for the Apaches as they end up getting no runs on no hits. They leave 2 guys in scoring position, and after 1 complete inning, it's Northeast Texas 3 and Tyler 0. All right, so I've gotten some feedback. Not exactly sure where I got this from, but I've been informed that all the teams in the Eastern Division of Region 14 will make the playoffs, and they may have a play-in game for that 4th spot. So the top 3 will probably make it outright. and the last two will maybe have a play-in game to see who's number 4 out of the Eastern Zone. The top 4 in the Eastern Zone will play the top 4 in the Southern Zone. That's how it's been for years at the regional tournament. And right now the top 4 in the South, Sanjak first, Wharton second, Blinn third, Coastal, well, actually Alvin fourth. They might be doing the same thing down there. They might be having a play-in. If it ended today, it would be Alvin versus Galveston in the play-in, and in the East it would be Panola and Northeast in the play-in. So appreciate the input there. As the Apaches, big series with Coastal Bend this week to decide who's going to be the number 1 seed between those two clubs in the Division III rankings, or Division III level of ball here in Texas. And the Eagles, slightly different path to their playoffs. That pitch is in there for a strike. It's 1-2. This is the 9th batter in the lineup, Kalen Clayton. And Clayton, quite a ball game in the opener, 2 for 4, 2 runs scored, including a 2-run homer. 1-2 pitch. Just does get a piece of that. And count will stay 1 ball, 2 strikes. Duke Jordan threw 35 pitches in his first inning of work. And you heard Coach Rubenthal on the pregame show before Game 1 talk about the fact that he's not going to push Duke Jordan very far in this game. So you've already got a right-hander down in that bullpen for the Apaches. Okay, Zach Williams is what we're hearing. 2-2 pitch, and he hit him. Second hit batter of the game for Duke Jordan. And the leadoff hitter on the bases again for Northeast. Here's Cole Modling, who walked back in the first inning. Yeah, he batted the whole first game from the left side, and he'll flip it over here against the left-handed throwing Duke Jordan. Little looper into right field. Tough play for Williams. He will not be able to make the play, but he'll throw to second, and boy, it's really close. But hustling in safely is Kalen Clayton, as that'll be a single for Modling. Well, Clayton had to hold up because he wasn't sure it was going to hit in front of Alec Williams in right, and that'll bring a visit from Coach Rippenthal, and that will be all for Duke Jordan. So we'll take a bit of a break here, give you some info and some numbers on the new pitcher. 3-0 Northeast. They have 2 on, nobody out here in the top of the second. All right, the new pitcher is Zach Williams. And for Zach Williams, it's his 12th appearance of the year. That leads the club. He has started one game. He's 1-0 with a 3.00 ERA. In 15 innings pitched, Williams 16 strikeouts and 12 walks. New pitcher is Zach Williams, 6'1", 195, right-handed freshman out of College Station. First pitch. Outside corner, strike one. So you got 2 on and nobody out, another bunt situation. McBride tripled his first time up. He's 1 for 1. Drove in a run, so he has an RBI already. He's already had a nice game. He scored a run, tripled in a run. He's going to show bunt here. There's the bunt. Williams will throw to first base, and that'll get the runner. So the sacrifice works. It'll go 1-4, and the runners will move to second and third for Sawyer Thornhill. He walked his first time up. And did have a base hit in the opener. He was 1 for 4. Well, you're going to stay back in the middle. Corner guys are going to play even with the bag. There's a wild pitch. Another run's going to come home. And it's 4-0. Boy, you hate to give runs away like that. Wild pitch. You know, it's one thing to have a team score 12 runs on 12 hits, but Northeast has scored their first 4 runs in this game on just 3 hits, and 2 of the runs have come home via the wild pitch. Off the plate, 2 balls, no strikes. From the stretch, the 2-0. Chopper fouled on the first base side. We're in the top of the second inning. East Texas leads this game 4-0. 3-run first inning, and they just scored on a wild pitch. Boy, fouled off. Pretty good rip on that. Just missed the fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Popped out of play. That's into the parking lot back behind us. All right, Mr. Simmons has checked in from Canberra, Australia. Awesome. Whenever he checks in, I got to put a quick check on my world clock here. Got Australia, Canberra. That's a drive into the right field corner, but foul. So Canberra right now, 8 o'clock in the morning on Monday. So good morning to you, Mr. Simmons. Mr. Sipes is rooting for Sawyer. Mrs. Sparza rooting for Nico from Lubbock. Back online here. Appreciate that. Feathers up from Miss Hood. Appreciate all the check-ins. Keep them coming. Let us know who you're rooting for, where you're watching from. 4-0 Northeast as they picked it up right where they left off. They won the opener 12-4. 3-2 pitch. Pop up, left side. That's out of play. Into those bleachers. Again, this ballpark seats about 4,000 people. And probably half of those go into these huge bleachers down the left and right field side. 325 down the lines, 361 in the gaps, 370 straight away. Little pop-up left field. This is trouble, and that'll fall fair. And Alvarado sort of misplayed it a bit as it scooted away from him. He picks it up quickly, and it's an RBI double for Sawyer Thornhill. Well, the ball had some spin on it, and probably hit about 2 feet inside the line. Off the bat, you didn't know if it was going to stay fair or not. And the wind as it's blowing today would have blown that ball back into fair territory. So it's 5-0 Northeast. And here's Nico Baumbach. He had an RBI single his last time up. Well, the Apaches after a doubleheader sweep in Mount Pleasant on Friday with a very good response to what happened last weekend. As last weekend they ran into a buzzsaw in Navarro. Navarro last week here on the Thursday ball game, 21-2 in 5 innings. And then over at Corsicana, a 9-0 win for the Bulldogs and an 11-2 win. So they swept the 3-game series last week against the Apaches. Just misses on that one, 2-0. 41 runs in the 3-game series. Apaches only scored 4 runs. The 2-0 pitch coming up from Zach Williams. And that's fouled off at home plate. Well, the game will humble you. And the moment you think you got it figured out, you figure out you don't. It will humble the mightiest of athletes. 1 out, 1 aboard. 5-0 Eagles here in the 2nd inning. The pitch. That ball's hit well to right field, but Alec Williams has a beat on it. He'll make the catch. Runner will tag and go to 3rd. So Bombach hit that ball on the screws, but hit it right at Alec Williams in right field. Thornhill goes to 3rd. 2 outs for Bryce Yasko. Yasko hit into a fielder's choice his first time up, hit a ground ball to Dalton Davis at 3rd base. First pitch swing and pops up. This is in the right center gap. Williams drifting over, makes the catch, and the inning is over. A couple of F9s end the inning, but the Eagles get 2 more runs on 2 hits, and we go to the bottom half of the 2nd inning, playing real baseball. 9 innings here in this game 2. It's 5-0 Northeast. Mike Schrabb will lead it off for the Apaches as we go to the bottom of inning number 2. First pitch in there, strike 1. Caleb Wisnowski back on the hill. 30 pitches now. High pop-up, just missed that one. And drifting into deep short is Luke McBride for out number 1. Well, Schrabb just got under that one. And that'll bring up Mark Alvarado. Schrabb did not play in the opener, so his first plate appearance of the day. Alvarado, 1 for 3 in the opener. He did get a single. He was 1 single to center and a couple of ground balls to short. First pitch swung on and missed. It's 0-1. Bottom of the second, 5-0. Eagles. Drops a breaking pitch right over the heart of the plate. 0-2. Well, Caleb Wisnowski 1-1 coming into this ball game. Tapper to second. This is Thornhill, and there's 2 outs. His 7th appearance of the year for Wisnowski, all of them as a starter. 20 2/3 innings coming into today's game. Not a big strikeout guy. 20 2/3, 14 strikeouts, but just 9 walks. So that ratio is probably a relatively healthy ratio. Just he's a contact type of pitcher. Let his defense go to work. 1-0 pitch to Alec Williams in there. 1-1. Alec Williams did not play in the opener, so his first plate appearance of the day. Another soft curveball and hammers it foul right toward the Apache dugout. Apache's in the first base dugout, as they are for all the home games here at Mike Carter, and the Eagles in that third base dugout. 1-2. Drive, just foul, line drive into the right field corner. Again, not a lot of foul territory on either side of this field. Dugout's really close to home plate. 1-2 pitch. Gonna miss low. Nobody aboard. 2 outs in the second inning. Northeast leads it 5-0. Pitch. Just inside by a hair. Williams gets the call. It's a full count on the Apache right fielder. Tyler Lindweber waits on deck. Little ground ball to first. Bombach will gobble that one up, step on the bag for a 1-2-3 second inning for Caleb Wisnowski. Still 5-0. Stay with us. Caleb Munton, first pitch swinging, fly ball left field, and running over to make the catch is Alvarado for out number 1. So that trend continues. These Eagle batters very aggressive today, and it's proved helpful for them as they've clubbed the ball. 12 hits in the opener, and now 4 more here in the first couple innings of Game 2. Munton, a fly ball out to open up inning number 3. Here's Jake Chapman, who popped up to the shortstop his first time up, 0 for 1. First pitch is in there, strike 1. Zach Williams started the inning with 16 pitches. He came on in relief of Duke Jordan back in the second inning, or in the third inning here. Fastball misses high. Got another right-hander starting to toss lightly in that bullpen. 1-1. Foul ball that went off the mask of Mr. Umpire. He just don't realize when you're so close to a ball coming in at 85, 90 miles an hour, and a guy swings the bat at sometimes close to 100 miles an hour, those foul tips, they can do some damage. That's why those catchers getting dinged up, and every once in a while you see an umpire get nicked up pretty good. Trying to think what game it was the other day. Might have been a UT Tyler ball game where the umpire got drilled off the forearm. They had to tape him up. And his skin got cut pretty bad on a foul tip. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to third. Dalton Davis gobbles it up, throws across, and there's 2 away. Now here is Cade Wood. He struck out swinging his first time up. 0 for 1 in this one. Zach Williams now 22 pitches. 5-0. Northeast leads this game. We're in the top of the 3rd inning. First pitch, grounded to short. Lindweber over to Vega. It's a 1-2-3 3rd inning for Zach Williams. And we'll go to the bottom half. It's still 5-0. Back in a minute. Nine, 1-2 for the Apaches. Tyler Lindweber takes strike 1 from Caleb Wisnowski. The pitch is going to miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wisnowski now just over 40 pitches through 2 innings. It was 43 pitches now. In there for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody on, nobody out. Lindweber, and then back to the top, Jacob Johnson and Ren Reynolds. 5-4-0 for the Eagles. The Apaches zeros across the board. Good block there by Munton. Lindweber 1 for 3 in the opener. He had an RBI double in the 7th inning. Ground ball 3rd. This is Wood throwing across, and there's 1 away. So 1 up and 1 down. Top of the lineup, Jacob Johnson. Leadoff walk in the 1st inning. Step in. First pitch. Catches the outside corner, strike 1. Next pitch is going to miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. That pitch is going to miss. 2 balls and a strike. That's going to miss high. 3 balls and a strike. So Johnson 1 pitch away from getting his second walk in as many plate appearances here in game 2. Apaches need some base runners. They trail 5-0. Three-one pitch, big hack popped up, shallow left field, and Wood at third base is going to squeeze this one for out number 2. Well, little surprised to see a big hack on a 3-1 count there, down 5. And Johnson is out. Here's Ren Reynolds. Grounded into a fielder's choice his first time up to third base. Reynolds 0 for 1 in this game. First pitch misses. Next pitch, pretty well hit to right field. And going back to the warning track, he dropped it. That's going to be an error. Ren Reynolds hit that ball on the nose. Kalen Clayton had a beat on that ball, and he was probably 1 foot on the warning track facing home plate. And it just popped out of his glove. Should have been out number 3. That's got to be an error. And Reynolds scoots all the way to second base with 2 outs. Here's Dalton Davis. Davis drew a walk his first time up. So Ren Reynolds, 241 hitter on the year at second base. And Davis, the leading Apache hitter coming into the doubleheader, batting .440. 10 doubles, 3 triples, a homer, 28 RBIs. 28 RBIs leads the club as well. First pitch misses, it's 1-0. Checking that runner at second. Yeah, he's going to step inside just to keep him close. Vega waits on deck. Apaches would love to get some 2-out magic here. Try to cut into this lead. Changeup's going to miss low. 2 balls and no strikes. Next pitch, line drive. Wood backhands it at third, rifles it across. Nicely done there. 5-3 if you're scoring at the house. So the error does not hurt the Eagles. Another 0 on the board here in the 3rd inning. We'll go to the 4th. It's still 5-0 Northeast. Back in a minute. All right, the Apaches have gone to their bullpen for the 2nd time here in this ball game. The new pitcher is Adam Davis, 6'3", 205, right-handed freshman out of Melissa, Texas. And for Adam, it is appearance number 10 of the year. He has 2 starts under his belt, 2-0 with a 3.32 ERA. 19 innings pitched, 19 strikeouts, 17 walks. That ball went off his foot, and it's going to be called a foul ball. 0-1 to the 9-hitter, Kalen Clayton. Clayton got hit by a pitch in his first at-bat. Again, Davis with 19 innings pitched, 19 strikeouts, and 17 walks. For the freshman from Melissa, boy, healthy swing on a fastball. Fouls it straight back. It's 0-2. So Davis takes over for Williams here in the 4th inning. Williams ends up with 23 pitches in his outing. Breaking pitch way out front, and it's a strikeout. And let's see here. That's just the second strikeout of the ball game. First strikeout for Adam Davis, second strikeout for Tyler pitching. Back to the top we go. Cole Modgeling, 1 for 1. He singled to right field his last time up. First pitch swinging, shallow left field, and nobody gets there. Wow, lack of communication there. It looked like they're going to have a little powwow and say one of us should have caught it. I don't know who. Maybe it was in no man's land, but might have been Johnson's ball. But it found the green, and so that's going to be a seeing eye single for Modgeling, his second of the ball game. Well, it may have been one of those balls that just nobody can get to. You thought somebody was going to get there when it hit, when it went up in the air. Here's McBride now for the 3rd time. First pitch in there, strike 1. McBride tripled in a run his first time up here in game 2, and then laid down a bunt, so he's 1 for 1 in this ball game. He had 2 hits in the opener. 0-1 pitch. Just off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, I think we've heard. Yeah, we have heard from McBride family. There's a chopper to short. You got to come in and throw to second. Boy, you barely got him. Bang, bang plays. Lindweber throws over to Reynolds to just get by a nose. The runner Modgeling. That'll go 6-4. And McBride will stay at first base on the fielder's choice. So 2 outs in the inning now for Sawyer Thornhill. RBI double his last time up. To go with a walk, he's 1 for 1. Pitch right over the heart of the plate, strike 1. Well, besides the 1, 2, 3 third inning, these other innings, all 3 of them have been kind of high-stress innings for these Tyler pitchers. Swing, and you miss it. Schrabb just missed the ball, and down to second goes the runner McBride, so that's going to be a pass ball, I got to believe. And it's an 0-2 count on Sawyer Thornhill. And Mr. Umpire flexing his leg. That might have gone off his leg after it went out of the glove of Schrabb. So now you got a runner in scoring position with an 0-2 count. The pitch. Fouled off his foot. Thornhill knocks it off his foot. Maybe his knee. He's kind of flexing his left leg. Everybody's going to get dinged up in this at bat. Count will remain 0-2 with 2 outs. Northeast Eagles trying to add to a 5-0 lead here in the top of the 4th. The pitch. And that's low. Schrabb blocks that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, appreciate the McBrides checking in. Not sure where they're watching from. And Eric Owen, I'm pretty sure, is a former Apache checking in. Rooting for those Apaches. 1-2 pitch. Wild pitch gets away from Schrabb and over to third goes the runner. So a pass ball and now a wild pitch. And you're just giving up too many free bases here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Another low one. And it's 3-2. So a leadoff strikeout of Clayton. A single, a seeing eye pop-up single by Moduling. A ground ball by McBride, and now a 3-2 count on Thornhill. Off the plate, ball 4. Well, you got runners on the corners with 2 outs. That's the first walk for Davis. And walks haven't been an issue here. That's the 3rd walk. Duke Jordan had 2 in the opening frame. That's 3 walks total for Tyler pitching. There goes the runner. Chopper to 3rd. Davis can't handle it. He pops it, throws to 1st, and stays with it enough to get the runner. So Bombach, not the speediest of runners. In the book, it'll go as a routine 5-3, but again, Davis tried to give himself that short hop and kind of in-between hopped himself. It popped straight up in front of him. He grabbed it out of the air, threw across to Vega, and got Bombach for the final out of the inning. So the Apaches dodge a bullet there. A 0 on the board for the first time in this ball game. And we'll head to the bottom of the 4th. It's 6-0 Northeast. Four, 5, and 6 for the Apaches. All right, it is 5-0. I was mistaken here as I called the score out as we finished the 4th. 5 runs on 5 hits for Northeast. The Apaches still looking for their first hit of the ball game. 0s across the board. Nicely done by Caleb Wisnowski, the pitcher for the Eagles. First pitch to Vega, low, ball 1. It's been breaking pitches and changeups that have kept the Apaches off balance here for the first 3 innings. 1-0 pitch in there for a strike, 1-1. Wisnowski now, 57 pitches. Line shot, and there goes the no-hitter. Base hit to left field. And let's see if the Apaches can start getting something going here. We've still got a lot of baseball to play, as this is a real game at 9 innings. Here's Luke Johnson, the DH. Going to have plenty of opportunities to score some runs, but you got to start somewhere. First pitch, outside corner, called a strike. Johnson popped up to the catcher his first time on a really nice play by Caleb Munton. With the wind as it is today, he had to stay with it. Wind's kind of dying down a hair here as we get to the middle innings of this game 2. And a changeup way out in front. It's 0-2. Apaches have left 3 on so far in this game. Eagles have left 5 on. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. Chopper to 3rd, Wood. He'll go to 2nd for 1. You relay it to 1st, not in time. So Johnson hustles down the line and beats things out. Vega out at second base. And here's Mike Schrabb. Schrabb popped up to short his first time up, 0 for 1. That was his first plate appearance of the day. There's a line drive into left field on the first pitch. And there's 2 aboard here with 1 out in the 4th inning. Well, you need to make something happen here. Want to get back into this thing. Alvarado steps in, grounded out to second base his first time up. He did get a single in the opener. One out and 2 on. Breaking pitch misses high, ball 1. 64 pitches now for Wisnowski. 39 strikes, 26 balls. One 0 pitch, that's off the plate, and it's 2-0. Next pitch. Just low on the fastball. Wisnowski thought he might have had a strike there. It's 3-0 on Alvarado. Alec Williams waits on deck for the Apaches. Ball 4. And that's the first walk since the first inning for Wisnowski. 3 in the ball game. And that will bring up Alec Williams. Now a quick visit to the mound here. As the whole infield will come in and they'll try to. It's the first little challenge, really, of the game. Other than the first inning when he walked 2 guys, Caleb Wisnowski has been on cruise control here. He had a streak of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row before the error in right field. 7 of the last 8 coming into this inning, he had retired. So it's the first little challenge as the bases are full of Apaches with 1 out. And opportunity is knocking for the Apaches. Williams, tell you what, Wisnowski was ready to go in a heartbeat when Williams got into that box. And Mr. Umpire recognized it and smartly called time. Here's the first pitch. Boy, left on left matchup. He drops a curveball in the outside corner, strike 1. We're at the 8th spot in the Tyler lineup. Alec Williams, 0-1. Low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Luke Johnson at third. Mike Schrabb at second. Alvarado over at first base. Easily the best opportunity for some runs for the Tyler offense. That ball's drilled into the gap. This is going to score some runs. Goes all the way to the wall. It might clear the bases. 1 run is in. The 2nd run is home. The 3rd run will hold up at third. A 2 RBI double off the bat of Alec Williams. And boy, that's just what the doctor ordered for the Tyler offense. As they get on the board, it's 5-2. And another single will make it a 1-run game. Here's Tyler Lindweber. And boy, you've seen it a bunch this year. You might see a bit of a safety squeeze situation here. Nico Bombach is creeping in at first base, as is Cade Wood at third. Expecting. Here's the bunt. You pull it away, and boy, the ball almost trickled away far enough to score the run. Ball 1. You know, we've seen this so often. I've seen it both here for the Apaches and over at UT Tyler. The safety squeeze has become a common weapon of a lot of offenses with a runner at third and less than 2 outs. The pitch. Little looper. It could be trouble. It's a base hit. Both runs are going to be sent home. Here comes the throw. It's not in time, and it's a 1-run game. 5-4. 2 RBI single by Tyler Lindweber. And boy, that pitch was inside. He just kind of fought it off. And the Apaches have put up 4 runs here in the 4th inning. And back to the top of the lineup we go. Here's Jacob Johnson for the 3rd time. Johnson 0 for 1. He popped up to 3rd his last time up. And he walked back in the 1st inning. The Apaches, after having no hits starting this inning, have scored 4 runs on 4 hits. And except for the walk, they've earned almost everything they've gotten this inning. Breaking pitch, called a strike. Northeast 5 runs on 5 hits. Tyler 4 runs on 4 hits. We're in the bottom of inning number 4. Still aren't halfway home yet. There goes the runner, little tapper, and called foul ball. I don't know if it hit off of Johnson's face. He's kind of shaking his face like he took one off the old Schnazzola there. Might have bounced up off his nose. It's no balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter, Jacob Johnson. Ren Reynolds waits on deck. 1 out in the inning. The Apaches have plated 4 runs. Another pickoff attempt. Here's the pitch. Big swing, and he fouls it off. And Coach Bogue flashing the leather down there. Makes the play. Well, Wisnowski brought a no-hitter into this 4th inning, but the Apaches would have none of that. They've gotten 4 hits in the inning, 3 singles and a double. Williams with an RBI, 2 RBI double, almost cleared the bases. Bases were loaded at the time. And another pickoff attempt. And what Wisnowski's hoping for here, he's hoping to get Lindweber on first move here. The pitch. Ball's drilled. That's high and deep to right field. It's got a chance, and it's out of here. Jacob Johnson has just given the Apaches the lead. Drove a ball over the right center field wall. That wind is still blowing, but not as much as it was. That ball was hit on the screws. And Johnson, a 2-run homer, gives the Apaches the lead. It's a 6-run outburst here in the 4th, and that will be all for Caleb Wisnowski. We'll let you know who the new pitcher is when we return. It's 6-5 Apaches. All right, the new pitcher for Northeast Texas, right-handed freshman out of Cypress, Texas, 6'2" and 205, Landon Herman will take over for Wisnowski. Wisnowski, 6 runs on 5 hits, and he'll finish up his day. For Landon Herman, outing number 8 of the year. He has started 1 game. He's 0-0 with a 4.66 ERA, 9 2/3 innings. 4 strikeouts, 3 walks for the freshman from Cypress, Texas, Landon Herman. Full windup, ball 1. This is Ren Reynolds, 8th batter of the inning for the Apaches. Well, they had no hits and no runs starting this inning, and they have erupted for 6. There's a fly ball to right field, and on the warning track, nicely done out there by Clayton to stay with that ball, as the ball's still carrying that way for out number 2. Here's the 9th batter of the inning, Dalton Davis. Grounded out to third to end the 3rd inning, and he walked back in the opening frame. 0 for 1 on the day. First pitch misses, ball 1. So for Herman, his 8th appearance of the season, and his 7th appearance out of the bullpen. Drops that breaking pitch right over the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Full windup. Outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Miguel Vega, who led the inning off with a single, is in the on-deck circle. Line drive up the middle, base hit. And Davis is aboard with 2 outs. And that will turn it back over to Vega, second at bat of the inning. He's 1 for 2 in the ball game. Apaches 6 runs on 6 hits, all in this inning. They had zeros across the board when we started the bottom of the 4th inning. And Vega will get his 2nd plate appearance in the inning. There goes Davis, and you double clutch on the throw, and he's got a stolen base. So Vega now with a chance to drive in the 7th run of the inning here. Herman from the stretch now with Davis at second, the pitch. Ball gets away over to third. The catcher can't find the ball. And finally he scrambles over to get it. So a stolen base and now a wild pitch. And the Apaches starting to take advantage of some mistakes by Northeast Texas. The Apaches were the ones that were giving free bases here just a short time ago. Here's the 2-0. Another low pitch. Good job by Munton to block that one. Three 3-0 to Vega. Well, if Vega reaches, then it would be Luke Johnson. Herman, the pitch. Look out, way behind him. And maybe it wasn't ball 4. Well, Mr. Umpire going to help us out here. So 3-1 perhaps now. Here's the pitch. Off the, well, no it isn't. Called a strike. Mr. Umpire gave it a second and then maybe a third thought, and now we do have a full count. Vega was confused. The crowd was confused. I was confused, but it'll be a 3-2 count on Miguel Vega. Here's the pitch. Thought he went through. Yes, he did. Strike 3, and that'll do it. Thought that was a pretty good call. Let's see here. That's the first strikeout of the game for Northeast pitching. And that will end the inning. The Apaches get 6 runs on 6 hits. They leave a guy on, and we'll go to the 5th inning. A new score. It's Tyler 6, Northeast 5. Five, 6, and 7 for Northeast Texas. This is Bryce Yasko for the 3rd time. Top of the 5th, 6-5 Tyler. First pitch misses, ball 1. Adam Davis back on the mound. That was pitch number 16 for Davis. Came on in the 4th inning in relief of Zach Williams. One 1-0 pitch is going to miss high, 2-0. Well, we're likely to see some more pitchers probably on both sides of the ledger here. You have a left-hander throwing in the Eagle bullpen at the moment. 2-0 pitch in there for a strike. It's 2-1. Well, Wisnowski was on cruise control, and the Apaches put 6 runs on the board. Fouled out of play, and it's 2-2. Single, fielder's choice, single, walk, double, single, home run. And all those runs will go to Wisnowski. So he goes from throwing a no-hitter to now being the potential pitcher of record on the loss if the Apaches hold on to this lead. 3-2 pitch. Line drive into right field, base hit. So Yasko leads off the Eagle 5th inning with a solid single to right, and that'll bring up Caleb Munton.
Now batting number 8, Caleb Munton.
Munton 0 for 1. He got hit by a pitch back in the 1st inning. First pitch, gonna miss, ball 1. All right, so the McBride's watching from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Appreciate that. Ms. Hughes checking in from Caldwell. One and 0, the pitch. Big hack right there. 1 ball, 1 strike. We're at the 6th spot in the Northeast lineup. Caleb Munton. One of the few Eagles that does not have a hit yet on the doubleheader. The pitch. 2 balls and a strike. All the Eagles scored a run. They had the exact same lineup in Game 2 as they had in Game 1. Every one of the 9 batters scored at least 1 run in that opening game. It's a 12-4 Eagle win. 2-1 pitch off the plate, and it's 3-1. Eagles scored 3 in the first, 2 in the second. The Apaches scored all 6 of theirs in the fourth. Ball 4. Nope. That'll be the second walk for Adam Davis. That's now 4 walks in the ball game for Tyler pitching. Stepping in is Jake Chapman. Chapman, fly ball to short and a ground ball to third. He's 0 for 2. 3 for 4 in the opener, including 2 homers. Outside corner, called a strike. That might have been as far off the plate as we've seen Mr. Umpire go in this game. Davis has his sign. The pitch. Big swing right there. 0-2. Vega inside the runner at first base. Anticipating a possible bunt here, but 0-2 with that kind of daddy hack. I'm not sure the bunt's coming. 2 on, nobody out in a 1-run game here in the 5th. 6-5, Tyler leads it. The pitch. And pitch missed outside, 1-2. Here's the 1-2 offering. Line shot up the middle, and that runner will be sent home. Here's the throw from center, not going to get him. We're tied at 6. Boy, Jake Chapman just pounded that ball. He's seen it well today. RBI single. And Yasko ties this thing up. First and second, still no one out for Cade Wood. 0 for 2 in this game. 2 for 4 in the opener. Now you might see a bunt right here. Time called by Wood. Well, sacrifice needs to go towards the third base side. He's going to show bunt, pull back, ball 1. Six runs on 7 hits for Northeast, 6 runs on 6 hits for Tyler. We're in the top of the 5th inning. 2 on and no outs. The pitch. Called a strike. As Wood squared around, pulled the bat back. Vega way in at first base. Davis has got to hold his ground at third. 1-1 the count. Now here comes Vega, the pitch. Pop up into the netting. Actually, on top of this ballpark. We've got a covered area right behind home plate here at Mike Carter. Fans that need to or choose to can get out of the sun or out of the elements. Plenty of great seats on both sides of the ballpark. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Popped out of play, right side. Count stays 1-2 on Cade Wood. Still looking for his first hit here in the nightcap. Had a couple of hits in today's first game. A 12-4 Eagle win. Fastball misses high, 2-2. Coach Morgan going through the signs out in front of that Eagle dugout, third base side. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Got him looking. Threw that breaking ball over the inside part of the plate and just got him. And let's see here. That's second strikeout for Davis. Third strikeout for Tyler pitching. 1 out in the inning. Here's Kalen Clayton. Well, now you're a ground ball away from getting out of trouble here. First pitch misses high, ball 1. Clayton got hit by a pitch, scored a run back in the second inning, struck out swinging in the fourth. His 2-for-4 opening game included a 2-run home run to left field. One-0 pitch. Big hack pop-up right side. This is going to be in play. Williams drifts over into right field, makes the catch. And he'll throw it in quickly, but the runner will tag from second to third. So Munton tags up. Clayton is out on the fly ball to right field. And back to the top of the lineup we go. Cole Modgeling. 2 for 2 in this game. He's got a base hit to right and a base hit to center. Got runners on the corners, 2 outs. Northeast has scored 1 in this inning to tie it. Breaking pitch misses, ball 1. Adam Davis now 39 pitches, 22 strikes, 17 balls. The 1-0 pitch off the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. Well, we've got a pretty good contingency of fans from both sides. And just about every close call, you're going to hear some cat calls from one or the other. In there for a strike, it's 2-1. Two outs, 2 aboard. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Pop up, is it going to stay in play? Schrabb behind him home plate, and there you go. That wind, not an easy play right there, and it falls harmlessly to the ground. Right on top of that Mike Carter logo behind home plate. Got the letters spelled out, Mike Carter Field, just behind home plate, and the ball hit right in the middle of that. And Schrabb just got turned around. That's not an easy play. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and he hit the batter. They're going to say that Modgeling turned into that ball, and they're going to call the batter interference. I don't think I've ever seen that called that way. They're saying that Modgeling turned in and actually got his arm in the way, and it prevented Tyler from trying to throw out the runner. So they're going to call the runner. I guess the batter is out. I don't know how you score that. And I don't know who's going to come to the plate. The question I'll have is who's going to come to the plate next time Northeast comes to the plate, because Chapman was running on the pitch and they actually called him out at second base on the batter interference. So very odd series of events here to close out the top of the 5th. We're officially halfway home here, and we're nowhere further than when we started. We're tied 6-6. And coming up for Tyler, it's Luke Johnson, Mike Schrabb, Mark Alvarado, 5, 6, and 7. Back in just a minute. Luke Johnson will lead it off for the Apaches here. Bottom of inning number 5. We're tied at 6 apiece. First pitch in there, strike 1. Luke Johnson 0 for 2. Popped up to the catcher. He didn't do a fielder's choice to third base. Pitch misses low. Landon Herman threw 12 pitches to get out of inning number 4. He's going to go from the full windup now. Here's the 1-1. Off the plate, 2 balls, 1 strike. Well, the other, I guess, swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. I'm still trying to sort out what happened to end the 5th inning here, but I guess we'll have to keep an eye on who Northeast sends to the plate. Should be Modgeling, I think, because I think they called the runner out at second, which would have been the 3rd out of the inning. That ball's drilled to center field, but it's right at the center fielder, Cole Modgeling, for out number 1. Well hit ball by Luke Johnson. Here's Mike Schrabb for the 3rd time. He's 1 for 2. Single to left his last time up. All the damage for the Apaches was done in 1 inning. 6 runs on 6 hits in that 4th inning. Going to need some more if you want to get a win here. The Eagles have scored in 3 of the 5 innings. Outside corner called a strike. It's 1-1. Apache's trying to salvage a split here, the doubleheader. That ball's drilled but foul into the bullpen area for the Eagles. Well, I'll have to go back and look. Trying to remember how this first games in this series went, first 2 games, because we played 4 this week. And they both were, well, let's see, that was postponed. They won them both. They had single games, one here in Tyler, one at Mount Pleasant. So the Apaches have won 4 of the 6 games so far. And swing and a miss on the strikeout. And Schrabb is a strikeout victim. 2nd strikeout for Landon Herman. 2 up and 2 down in the inning. Here's Mark Alvarado. So 5 games played between the 2 clubs. This is game number 6 that would end the season series. Apaches have won 4 of the 5. So even a doubleheader sweep here today by the Eagles. Apaches have gotten the season series between these 2 clubs. Of course, the Apaches would love to come back and win this one and go into that Coastal Series on a win. 0-2 pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Alvarado 0 for 1. He grounded out to second, walked and scored in that 4th. Full windup for Landon Herman. Fouled off. Count remains 1-2. Next 1-2 offering. Another foul ball into the net. And the wind still blowing out to right a bit, but not nearly as strong as it was earlier. Next 1-2 pitch just misses low, not by much. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, Alec Williams waits on deck for the Apaches. There's ball 3. So if Alvarado reaches here, would be Alec Williams. To wind up the pitch. Fouled off. We'll do it again. Herman getting his signs. The 3-2. Got him. Got him to chase maybe just a hair out of the zone. 3 strikeouts for Herman. And that's 3 of the last 4 batters he has punched out. And we'll go to the 6th inning. We are all tied at 6. Stay with us. You're watching Tyler Baseball on ApacheAthletics.com. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how that last inning ended because now look out, high and tight. Davis misses on the fastball. It's 1-0. This is Luke McBride now. So Modulin, I don't know if he's credited with like a batter interference, but thought he might be at the plate since they called the runner out, but it isn't. It's Luke McBride. I'm going to have to read up on the rules there. 1-1 pitch. This ball's hit into right field. Alec Williams drifts over, makes the easy catch for out number 1. So 1 up and 1 down. And here's Sawyer Thornhill. RBI double back in the 2nd inning to go with 2 walks. Right. The batter was hit by the ball, but they said that the batter got in the way of the pitch, and so they called batter interference, and they called the guy out at second. Because it wasn't, I mean, otherwise it would have been a ball. But they called the runner out at second for batter interference. It's almost like leaning over and getting in the way of the throw, which really the catcher has no opportunity to make the throw, so I guess that's why it's called an out. I don't know. I'm still trying to sort it out in my mind. So 2 balls, no strikes. Thornhill takes ball 3. The reason the out was scored is because of the batter, so I guess that's why he gets, I guess he gets a plate appearance. And I don't know if, I think sometimes in those scoring scenarios you actually give the put out to the closest defender, which would be the catcher, which is kind of a weird way of ending the inning. But 3-1 pitch, high pop up center field. Jacob Johnson, plenty of room, and makes the grab for out number 2. Well, he just missed that one. And stepping in now, the first baseman, Nico Baumbach. RBI single back in the 1st inning to go with a fly ball to right and a ground ball to 3rd. 1 for 3 in this one. Adam Davis called a strike. And there's the old 5:18 right on time here. Got the train tracks right behind the right field wall here at Mike Carter. 0-1 pitch. Ground ball to short. Lynn Weber catches, throws over to Vega for out number 3. It's a 1-2-3-6 inning. And we'll go to the bottom of the 6th. We're still tied 6-6. Stay with us. Got a good one going here. All right, welcome back to Tyler, Texas. Dr. John Groth with you.
Williams.
Bottom of the 6th inning. Alec Williams will lead it off. 8-9-1 for the Apaches. Williams with a big double. Big part of that 6-run outburst. A 2-run double in the middle of all that. His last time up, he's 1 for 2. Showed the bunt, pulled back for ball 1. Line drive, fair ball into the corner. Williams is going to chug for second. Ball's going to ping pong around in the corner. He's going to go for third, and he'll get there. Ball kind of plinkoed around in the corner as Kalen Clayton tried to field it cleanly. It went right inside the bag at first base. Williams a leadoff triple. So now it's Lynn Weber. Runner at third, nobody out. Lynn Weber, he had a 2 RBI single to right his last time up. 1 for 2. Now the Eagles are going to bring their infield in and try to cut this run down. Safety squeeze still in play here. Here's the pitch. Swinging and fouls it off. No balls, 1 strike. We're even, 6 apiece. We're even in the hit column. 7 hits by both teams. 0-1 pitch, gonna miss high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Landon Herman came on with 1 out in the 4th. We have no outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Apache's trying to take a lead here. Pop up, and looks like Thornhill will have room, and he can't get there. And now you go to second on the throw, and everybody's safe. Boy, a seeing eye single, a pop up by Lynn Weber, found fair ball territory. That was not an easy play. As the whole Eagle infield was playing in to try to cut the run down, and what normally would have been a pretty routine pop up behind first ends up being a base hit. Actually ends up being a double. RBI double for Lynn Weber. And Williams comes home to score. It's 7-6 Tyler. Runner at second. And nobody out for Jacob Johnson. 2-run homer his last time up. There goes the runner. Throw to third, and he won't get it. Ball's going to get away, and here comes the 8th run of the ball game. Lynn Weber will score on the E2, so he steals third. He'll get a stolen base there, but the E2, the errant throw by Caleb Munton, will bring him home. It's 8-6 Apaches. So now you're a leadoff hitter if you're Jacob Johnson. Triple and a single, a stolen base and an errant throw, and the bases are clear. Nobody out. Outside corner called a strike. It's 1-1. Full windup for Landon Herman. Same pitch, same spot. Johnson thought he had a ball there, but it's called a strike. It's 1-2. Nobody on and nobody out. Apaches have pushed 2 runs across here to open up this bottom of the 6th inning. There's a ground ball to third, and Bombach knocks it down, and hustling over is Herman to cover the bag for the first out of the inning. Boy, nothing's coming easy now for the Eagles here. 3-1, and there's one away. Here is Ren Reynolds. Reynolds 0 for 3 in the ball game. Ground ball to third, an error to right field, and a fly ball to right. Eight runs on 8 hits for Tyler, 6 runs on 7 hits for Northeast. In there for a strike, it's 0-1. Well, Northeast took command of this game early, 5 runs in the first 2 innings. But it was a 6-run 4th inning that get the Apaches right back into the ball game. Made it 6-5. Northeast tied it in the 5th. The Apaches have come back with 2 of their own here in the 6th. And they're back on top 8-6. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ren Reynolds. The freshman from Cypress, Landon Herman, breaking pitch in the dirt. Pretty good hose there by Mr. Umpire. He's let that rip back to the pitcher. Two count with 1 away. And the pitch. Foul ball. It goes off his leg and into foul territory. Next 2-2 offering. Ground ball foul, third base side. Coach Rubenthal thought about trying to make a play, but out of his reach. Boy, I can see some folks that are going to be lobster red tomorrow. Got a girl down here on the third base side. Look out, it got him. Now the Eagle fans are going to argue that he leaned into that ball. I'm telling you, those umpires get no love from anybody. 1 out in the inning, and Reynolds reached on the hit batter. Here's Dalton Davis. So a triple, a single, a ground ball, and that's going to be all for Landon Herman. We'll let you know who the new pitcher is. That was kind of a quick hook there. I didn't see it coming. New pitcher for the Eagles, back in just a minute. All right, the new pitcher is a right-handed freshman out of Lake Jackson, Texas, 5'9", 180, Camden Sargent. For Sargent, his 7th appearance of the year, 0-1 with a 10.61 ERA, 9 1/3 innings, 6 strikeouts, and 12 walks for the freshman from Lake Jackson, Texas, Camden Sargent. He's listed on the roster as a right-handed pitcher / catcher. Out of Brazos Port Christian. Sargent will inherit 1 runner here. One out in the inning. Dalton Davis at the plate. Davis 1 for 2. Singled up the middle his last time up. In there for a strike. No balls and 1 strike. Ball got away for a moment but came off the fence. There's where the limited foul territory comes into play, helping that defensive squad. Wait, that's a lot of ballparks have a lot more foul territory, and sometimes an errant pickoff like that will end up netting 2 bases. Here at Mike Carter, it's no harm, no foul. 0-1 pitch. Takes a big hack at that one, and it's 0-2. Davis 440 on the year coming into the doubleheader. 10 doubles, 4 triples, a homer, 28 RBIs. Pop-up, it's going to be in play here. Who's going to make the play? Wood coming in at third, and now it falls fair ball, and it's going to roll foul. Northeast catches a break there as Caleb Munton, that ball had a lot of spin on it. It went straight up the chute. It hits inside fair ball area, but rolls foul. Well, I thought for a moment that Cade Wood was going to call him off, but he couldn't get there in time, and it'll go down as a foul ball. And Davis will get back in the box. Count remains 0-2 with 1 out. There goes the runner. Ground ball up the middle, right over the bag. You step on it and throw to first base. Easy double play. Nicely done there by Sawyer Thornhill. That'll go 4-3. Thornhill, as soon as the runner took off Reynolds, Thornhill started covering the bag, and the ball went right to him, right over the bag. So that'll do it for the Apaches. But they get 2 runs on 2 hits. They don't leave anybody on base. And your new scores, we go to the 7th. It's Tyler 8, Northeast 6. Five, 6, and 7 for the Eagles from Northeast Texas. Bryce Yasko will lead it off. 1 for 2 in the ball game. Chopper that went off his leg. I thought it went off his leg. They're going to pick it up and throw it to first. We'll see if anyone calls it a foul ball. They're going to call it an out. And the home plate umpire didn't see it. Neither did the field umpire. And this is going to be an out. Yasko hobbled off toward first base, and he's reluctant to go back. They're gonna come have a little meeting here, and I don't know how you change this call right here, because if home plate umpire didn't see it, if that guy at first base, he called him out. And Yasko, that'll go 2-3. It took an awkward bounce for sure, and Yasko hopped around, and neither umpire had seen it go off of him. And so alertly, Mike Schrabb jumped up, threw it. I think it was Schrabb, or was it, who picked that ball up and threw it? Was it, huh? Oh, okay, so it was Adam Davis, the pitcher. So that'll actually go 1-3 in your scorebook if you're scoring at the house. And it's 1-0 now on Caleb Munton. Foul tip. Well, there's so many balls on this turf field that take that awkward bounce. And almost immediately, most umpires, when it takes the awkward bounce, will throw their hands up and call time. And most of the time, it probably does go off of players. I just think there are times where balls don't hit anybody, and they're called foul balls. I don't know if that was one of them or not, but neither umpire saw it. There's a bullet into the right field corner. Williams will go over and cut it off and keep it to a single. Well struck ball by catcher Caleb Munton. Runner at first with 1 out. Here's Jake Chapman. Chapman 1 for 3 RBI single to center his last time up. Adam Davis. Look out! That's a bullet off the wall just outside the Eagle dugout. No balls and 1 strike. Adam Davis now 58 pitches. Came on in the 4th inning. 34 strikes, 24 balls. Here's the pitch. Just missed low. 1 ball, 1 strike. One pitch. High chopper to third. Davis on the big hop. He'll go to first. And there's 2 away. So don't think you had any opportunity to turn a double play there. And rather than chance the throw to second, you go ahead and take the sure out at first base. So there's 2 away. Runner goes to second. And here's Cade Wood. Cade Wood 0 for 3, couple of strikeouts and a ground out to short. We're in the top of the 7th, almost time to stretch it out at the ballpark. 8-6 is our score. Breaking pitch way outside. Good job by Schrabb there to get over there and catch that. 1 ball, no strikes. Eagles would love to get this run in and make it a 1-run game. 1-0 pitch. In there for a strike. 2 outs in the inning. Top of 7. Tyler 8 runs on 8 hits. Northeast 6 runs on 8 hits. Eagles have committed 2 errors. Adam Davis, the freshman from Melissa, put in a good day's work. There's a chopper to third, and it's going to trickle foul. Got a right-hander up and throwing in the Tyler bullpen. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Another good block by Schrab. Well, if that light pole went in the way, I could tell you who that is. Somebody tossing in the Apache bullpen. 2-2 pitch. Again, way off the plate. And it's 3-2. Now, you got to believe that Adam Davis getting close to his limit here. 66 pitches right now. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 called. Inside part of the plate, and that's it for the Eagles here in the 7th inning. They strand a runner at second base. It's time to stretch it out the ballpark. It's 8-6 Apaches. Back in just a minute on ApacheAthletics.com. Miguel Vega will lead it off for the Apaches. Bottom of 7. 8-6 Apaches. Camden Sargent back on the mound for the Eagles. Freshman from Lake Jackson, Texas. Came on with 1 out in the 6th. Was able to get a double play ball to get out of trouble. Breaking pitch over the heart of the plate, strike 1. Vega, Johnson, and Schrab scheduled to hit. Sargent likes to go from the stretch, just off the plate. Well, they may let Davis go back out there. Had someone getting hot pretty good there a minute ago. Fouled off to the right side. It's 1-2. Yeah, that's Tom Simmons. Big Tex down there, number 34. It's Nolan Ryan's old number. Ground ball to short. McBride fields it, throws it over to Bombach, 1 away. So Tom Simmons is the right-hander. I don't know. I don't think he's coming in. He may just be just getting some side work. He threw up in Mount Pleasant the other day. First pitch in there, strike 1 to Luke Johnson. He threw an inning and a third up in Mount Pleasant on Friday. Went down and got that ball, and it'll fall in front of the center fielder Modling for a hit. Boy, Luke Johnson, a little golf swing there, a little 9-iron. And he'll reach with 1 out here. Here's Mike Schrab. Schrab 1 for 3 in the ball game. Pop up to short, base hit to left, and a strikeout swinging. Apache's trying to add to an 8-6 lead here in the 7th. First pitch called a strike. Apache's now 9 hits in the ballgame, 8 runs on 9 hits. Oh, 1. Inside corner called a strike. It's 0-2. Next pitch, just off the plate. Didn't miss by much. 1-2 with 1 away. Sargent, pickoff attempt, and Luke Johnson stepping a dive back easily. One and two, the pitch. Boy, way out in front. Good golf speed right there, and he got him. 2 outs as Schrabb's a strikeout victim. First strikeout for Camden Sargent. That's 4 strikeouts in the ball game for Eagle pitching. Both squads have used 3 arms in this game. Stepping in is Mark. No, it isn't. Got a pinch hitter here. And Trace Thomas will pinch hit. For Mark Alvarado. Thomas 0 for 2 in the opener. Flew out to center, tried to drag bunt his way upon. And there's a drag bunt attempt that goes foul. And it's no balls and 1 strike on the pinch hitter, Trace Thomas. Well, 0-1, another pickoff. Well, Simmons is just does not look like he's coming in. So it may be that Davis is going to go back out there. And normally there's just a certain pace and a cadence. You watch a guy in a bullpen, you can kind of tell he's coming in. He's throwing 1 pitch. I don't know, every 2 pitches maybe that's going on in the game. So he hasn't thrown that much either. I'm not sure he's quite heated up yet if he is coming in the game. 1-1 pitch. There's another bunt attempt that's going to go foul. And Thomas now with a 1-2 count. 2 outs in the inning. Luke Johnson, a 1-out single to center, is at first base. Camden Sargent, the freshman out of Lake Jackson, from the set. The 1-2. Boy, fisted him, and this is going to be tough play right here. And nice catch at third base by Cade Wood. Boy, he kind of fell backwards, had trouble seeing if he held on to it. It was in foul territory, and he did hold on to it. So that'll end the inning. Thomas pops up to third, and we'll go to the 8th. It's still 8-6 Apaches. All right, well, we do have a new pitcher for the Apaches. The right-handed freshman out of Canberra, Australia, it's Tom Simmons. And for Tom Simmons, outing number 10 of the year. And let's see if we can pull these. There we go. Simmons 0-0 with a 6.32 ERA, 15 2/3 innings, 21 strikeouts, 16 walks for the freshman from Canberra, Australia, Tom Simmons. So he may have thrown more than I realized down there, but he is on the mound and in the game. 9-1-2. This is Kalen Clayton to lead things off for the Eagles here in inning number 8. First pitch swinging, fouls it straight back, strike one. Got hit by a pitch in the second inning, struck out swinging in the fourth, flew out to right field in the fifth. 0 for 2 on the day. Look out, got him on the helmet. And he's going to jog down to first. Looks like he's all right. And so now the tying run will be at the plate. Top of the lineup, Cole Modgeling. Eight 6 Apaches. Modgeling steps in. And 2 for 3 on the day. He got called out on a batter interference last time up. First pitch in there, strike one. He's walked in the first inning and a couple of singles to go with that batter interference. Clayton with a very modest lead at first. Simmons, the pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Well, Tom Simmons with an inning and a third in game 1 against this club on Friday. He relieved Caleb Putnam in the 4th inning. That ball's well hit into left, but coming in and making a sliding catch. I don't know who that is. Is that Thomas? That's Trace Thomas out there. He had just come into the ball game. Really nice play in left field by Trace Thomas. And there is one out in the inning. That's a good piece of hitting right there. Good swing by Modgeling. Thomas comes in and makes the sliding grab for out number 1. Put a little star by that one. That's a web, Jim. And that prevents the inning from becoming bigger than it could be. Here's Luke McBride. First pitch off the plate, ball 1. McBride, a RBI triple back in the first inning. Laid down a sacrifice and since has grounded out and flown out. So 1 for 3 on the day with an RBI and a run scored. Here's the 1-0 pitch. There goes the runner, and you miss it. It's going to be a pass ball. Well, actually, it's going to be a stolen base, so can't assume that would have got him. So it'll be a stolen base for Kalen Clayton. And with 2 innings to go, you try to just maybe scratch for a run here. And you get your right fielder, Kalen Clayton, in scoring position with only 1 out. McBride at the plate. A 2-0 count now. Time called as Tom Simmons taking his time getting the signs from Mike Schrabb. Simmons from the stretch. Here's the 2-0. Outside corner, called a strike. One out in the inning. Tying run at the plate for the Eagles. 8-6 Apaches. Here's the pitch. Boy, good breaking pitch right there. Catches the outside half. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kind of froze McBride on that one. Two count with 1 out. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him. Ball in the dirt. Now Schrabb's going to have to throw it to first. And boy, Vega holds onto the bag with his toe somehow for out number 2.
Now batting number 27, Sawyer Thornhill.
First strikeout for Simmons. Unofficially here. That's 5 strikeouts on the day for Tyler pitching. And with 2 outs, here's Sawyer Thornhill. 1 for 2 on the day. Sawyer Thornhill's got an RBI double back in the 2nd inning. First pitch high, ball 1. Couple of walks and a fly ball to center. All right, they're saying, I'm just checking the live chat here, that they scored a strikeout. 1-0 pitch. Boy, big hack right there. Swings through it. All right, so yeah, I couldn't recall whether he had 2 strikes on him or not. Some folks helped me out on the live chat. Appreciate that. 1-1 pitch. There goes the runner. You pop it up left field. This should end the inning. And Trace Thomas camped under it. And boy, he had to stay with that ball. Almost got away from him. But he does for the final out. F7 if you're scoring at the house. A 0 on the board for Tom Simmons here in the 8th inning. And we'll go to the bottom half with our score. Tyler 8 and Northeast 6. Back in just a minute on ApacheAthletics.com. Alec Williams will lead it off for the Apaches here. Bottom of the 8th inning. Trying to add to a 2-run advantage. And it's Camden Sargent back on the mound for the Eagles. Eight, 9, and 1 for Tyler. Alec Williams has had a nice ball game. A 2 RBI double and a triple his last time up. He's 2 for 3. Ball's well hit into the gap. This is trouble. Nobody's getting that one. It's going to one-hop the fence. Williams on his way to second. He's got his 2nd double of the ball game. And boy, he just mashed that ball. So a leadoff double for Williams, and that'll bring up Tyler Lindweber. Lindweber probably, well, you'll see how this at-bat progresses here, but wouldn't be surprised if Lindweber's asked to lay down a bunt here. And you got to go to third base with it if you're going to sacrifice. As Cade Wood's going to have to hug that bag over there. First pitch, shows bunt, called a strike. Lindweber at home plate. Jacob Johnson, the leadoff hitter, waits on deck. We'll see if they keep the bunt on here. He's going to go ahead and square early here. The pitch. Pops it up. And easy play for Caleb Munton for the first out. That'll go P2. Williams stays at second base. And here's Jacob Johnson. Johnson, a 2-run homer back in the 4th inning. 1 for 3 in the ball game. Popped up to third, grounded out to first base. And he walked back in the 1st inning. So 5th time through the lineup here now for Tyler. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Apaches lead 8-6. First pitch in there, strike 1. Well, I see former athletic director and current vice president Tim Drain is here as like Denny Yarborough. We have royalty in the house. She's our registrar, our assistant registrar. I don't know exactly what her title is these days. I think I see Captain Chuck Smith down there. Ground ball to second base. Thornhill gobbles it up, throws it over to Bombach for out number 2. So over to third goes Alec Williams with 2 outs. Here's Ren Reynolds. And I'm not sure if that's Kevin Vest. That's not, I thought it was Chuck Smith. He had a kind of a sun hat on. Now we're going to have a pinch hitter for Ren Reynolds. And who is this going to be? It's going to be 35. Warren Sammons will be the pinch hitter. So Sammons will get his second pinch hit of the day. He pinched hit in the first game and hit a line drive to center field for an out. So he'll get an at-bat here. So you're going to have to put someone out at second base, probably Cole Lightfoot going in at second. First pitch, missed outside, ball 1. So Sammons with the pinch hit here in the 8th inning, trying to extend an 8-6 Apache lead. Down at third base is Alec Williams. Next pitch, going to miss inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Well, I can promise you, you'd rather go with Sammons here than have to deal with Dalton Davis, who waits in the on-deck circle. 2-0 pitch. Boy, pretty good spot, just a hair low. 3-0. So athletic director Kevin Vest and former athletic director Tim Drain, current vice president, down there with Denny, talking, solving the world's problems. Line drive into right field, base hit. 9-6 Apaches. As Sammons chugs into second base, a clutch double here in the 8th inning. Not easy to do, come off the bench and smoke a ball like that. It's a big hit for this Tyler club. RBI double for Warren Sammons off the bench. And that'll score Williams. It's a 3-run advantage now as you're going to put a pinch runner out there. And the pinch runner is going to be Cole Lightfoot. So he'll likely stay in the ball game here. And Lightfoot will take over at second base with 2 outs. Stepping in is Dalton Davis. I'd be very careful pitching to Davis here. Try to keep this thing at a 3-run lead if you're an Eagle fan. And you got arguably the best Apache hitter at the plate. First pitch swing and he fouls it off. Sargent from the set, the 0-1. High pop-up right field. This should end the inning. Kalen Clayton camped under it, and that'll do it. But the Apaches get a big run on a pinch hit double by Warren Salmons, and they extend their lead. It's now 9-6. In Northeast, you got to get 3 to tie it here. You got the middle of your lineup, 4, 5, and 6. Bombach, Yasko, and Munton. Back in just a minute with the 9th. Top of the 9th here, and best I can tell, this is Tom Simmons' ball game to get a save in, 2-inning save. Nobody thrown in that Apache bullpen at the moment. And 4, 5, and 6, Nico Bombach, RBI single to go with fly ball to right, couple of ground balls. 1 for 4 on the day. First pitch. Misses inside with the off speed, ball 1. Bombach, Yasko, Munton for the Eagles here in the 9th. They trail by 3 runs. Now you do have a right-hander starting to toss lightly down there. Check swing, thought he might have went. They're going to call it a strike. Another foul ball. Well, now you got double barrel action down there. You got 2 guys throwing. One-two pitch. Misses inside. I thought one of them was Jack G. Dude's putting in a cross-training workout about an hour ago. 2-2 pitch fouled off. We'll do it again. Isn't that one of them? Okay, so maybe he's wearing Jack's uniform. We got a shortage of uniforms, so some of these pitchers are wearing other guys' numbers there, but number 10's thrown in the bullpen. And we think it might be Clayton Kelly. Pop up right field, and should be an out, and running it down is Alec Williams, 1 out. Right on the warning track, took him way to the warning track. Ball still carrying pretty good to that direction. As that flag shows us, it's blowing right to that spot in the field. But Williams stays with it for out number 1. Here's Bryce Yasko now. Yasko 1 for 3. A single to right field in the 5th. Check swing went off his bat. Foul ball. He's flown out to right, grounded back to the pitcher, and laid down a sac bunt. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out here. Top of the 9th. Northeast trailing by 3 down to their last 2 outs. The pitch. And that ball hits short of the plate, hops over everybody. 1 ball, 1 strike. I don't know if it's a good thing if you're on the mound and the umpire's running out of the way of the pitch. He was ducking on that. 1-1 pitch. Big swing on a fastball. And it's 1-2. Big Tex, 34 on the mound for the Apaches. Tom Simmons trying to get a save here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. That ball's well hit, high, deep left field. Running back is Thomas at the wall, off the wall. And he doesn't know where it is. It's rolling around in front of him. And it's a double for Bryce Yasko. Well, that came within about, I don't know, maybe 10 feet of getting out of here. About halfway up the wall in left. Well, now you're going to bring, well, you're still, that's why that run in the ninth inning was so big. You still need a base runner to put the tying run at the plate. Here's Caleb Mutton, the catcher. Got hit by a pitch, flew out to left, walked, and he singled to right his last time up. So 1 for 2 day for Munton, as Yasko will get rid of some of his armor that he wears when he bats. One on the arm and one on the leg. So Caleb Munton at the plate. And Simmons, I don't know what he was doing with the ball there. You got to be careful on a balk. First pitch. And that's a wild pitch that gets through Mike Schrabb and moves the runner to the third. That run really doesn't mean a whole lot. You're looking for 2 more outs here. And as long as you keep that tying run in the on-deck circle, you'll win every time. 9-6 Apaches, top of the 9th inning. The pitch. Called a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to Caleb Munton. Tom Simmons trying to finish this thing up. The pitch. Boy, big hack and just missed it. Fouled it straight back. It's 1-2. That was a fastball. So we think that's Clayton Kelly down there wearing 10. Okay, so Clayton Kelly getting hot in the Apache bullpen in case he's needed. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and he struck him out. Schrabb's going to have to throw down to first, and he does for out number 2. Big strikeout right there by Tom Simmons. That's 6 strikeouts in the ball game, 2 for Tom Simmons. And you're down to your last out here, and this is Jake Chapman. RBI single to go with a pop-up to short and 2 ground balls to third base. Chapman, however, a double and 2 home runs in the opening game today. So he's had a good day at Mike Carter Field. First pitch just off the plate, not by much. 1 ball, no strikes. Next pitch, that's going to miss. 2 balls and no strikes. Next pitch, it's going to miss high. 3-0. Well, the zone's getting kind of small. So a couple of good pitches that Mr. Umpire's been off the plate for both pitching staffs all day long. Just kind of tighten things up a bit here. 3-0 with 2 outs. If you do walk this batter, the tying run will come to the plate. And you do. So ball 4. First walk for Simmons. And it's 5 walks on the day for Apache pitchers. First and third, and here's Cade Wood now. Wood has struck out 3 times and grounded out to short. He's 0 for 4. And I don't know why. For some reason, the NJCA website will not let me bring up Tom Simmons' numbers, but anyways, Simmons from the stretch, runners in the corners, 2 outs. The pitch boy, a big hack right there. Fouled straight back on the fastball, 0-1. Cade Wood did not get cheated. Got a couple of hits in the opener. He's 0 for 4 in the nightcap. We're at the 8th spot in the Eagle lineup. Tom Simmons trying to earn a 2-inning save here. 0-1 pitch. Boy, Schrabb blocks it on a breaking pitch, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Chapman at first, Yasko at third. Cade Wood represents the tying run at the plate. 9-6 Apaches, 2 outs in the top of the 9th. The 1-1. In there for a strike, and it's 1-2. Eagles down to their last strike here as Cade Wood kind of shakes his head. Frustrated. One-two count. Here's the pitch. Right over the heart of the plate, a breaking pitch. He froze him, and there's your ball game. Third strikeout for Tom Simmons. 7 in the ball game for Apache pitchers, and the Apaches come back and get a split here in game number 2. Final line score. Northeast Texas 6 runs on 9 hits, 2 errors. The Apaches 9 runs on 11 hits and no errors here in the nightcap. Coaches are shaking hands at home plate. And let's recap this one for you. Boy, the Eagles came out smoking as in the first game they were 12-4 winners. They just kept piling on in that first game. Really swung the bats well, and they came out in the first couple innings, and it looked like it was going to be more of the same. A 3-run first inning and a 2-run second inning, and it was 5-0 Eagles after 2 innings. Scoreless third by both clubs, but then that big 4th inning, the Apaches take the lead on 6 runs. They score 6 runs on 6 hits. The big blow, actually a couple of big hits. One was a 2-run double by Alec Williams, and then not long after that, a 2-run blast over the right field wall by Jacob Johnson. And boy, in 1 inning, the starter Caleb Wisnowski had a no-hitter going into the 4th inning, and he was lifted for Landon Herman in that inning. And the Apaches go from having zeros on the board, no hits, to 6 runs on 6 hits, and it was a 6-5 Apache lead going to the 5th inning. Well, the Eagles would score another run in their half of the 5th inning on an RBI single by Jake Chapman that scored Bryce Yasko, and we were tied at 6 after 5 complete innings. The Apaches, however, would come back with 2 runs in the 6th inning, a leadoff triple by Williams, an RBI single by Lynn Weber, and what happened, Lynn Weber stole third base, and then on the throw was able to come home to score the 2nd inning of that inning. And so the Apaches would put 2 runs on the board, making it an 8-6 lead in the 6th inning. Nobody scores in the 7th, but the Apaches, a big run in the 8th inning on a pinch hit double by Warren Sammons. He comes off the bench and really gives the Apaches a lift. They score a single run in the 8th inning, and that's your final score. As Tom Simmons, nice job out of the bullpen, twice in this series now. Simmons threw an inning and a third on Friday in game 1, and he comes back here, and he comes and throws 2 complete innings in this ball game, and he will earn, I believe it's going to be his first save of the year. The NJCAA numbers will not come up for me, so I'm going to assume that he gets his first save of the year. So Simmons saves number 1. The winning pitcher, well, let's just see about this here. I think Adam Davis is going to be your winning pitcher. Let's see if I can see if that website has cleared itself on the NJCAA stats, because I don't know why it's not allowing me to see any of the Tyler pitchers for whatever reason. Pull back here and see if it can get me back to the stat page so I can give you some accurate numbers as we go off here. Try this one more time. All right, here we go. So Tom Simmons, where'd he go? Yeah, that's save number 1 of the year for Tom Simmons. The winning pitcher, I believe, is going to be Adam Davis. And Davis will take his overall record to 3-0. So Davis gets the win, and Simmons gets the save. The losing pitcher will be Caleb Wisnowski. His run, let's double check that, in the 4th inning. Yeah, his run, the last runs that scored were Wisnowski, so he'll drop to 1-2 on the year. He'll take the loss, I think, unofficially there. I'll have to double check that after the game, but the loss is going to take the Northeast Texas Eagles' overall record to 7-17. Their conference record will drop to 5-13. For the Apaches, this win, it will be their 20th win of the year. They'll go to 20-7, and they'll go to 12-5 in conference play. So that's kind of what you got to do on doubleheader day here. You kind of kiss your sister and getting a split, but it's better than getting swept for sure. Boy, the Eagles swung the bat much, much better today. They pounded the Apaches in the opener by a score of 12-4, 12 runs on 12 hits in that opener. And they swung it well in this nightcap, but came up just a little bit short. The Apaches come all the way back after trailing 5-0 going to the 4th inning. They score 6 runs, and they win by a score of 9-6. Who's up next? Well, Northeast Texas will host Murray State. Double check that on the schedule real quick for you. And I believe they play Murray State in Mount Pleasant. Yes, 1 o'clock start on that game. So our best wishes to Coach Andy Morgan. He was very gracious with his time all season long, as I interviewed him a number of times as these two clubs played home and home here earlier, and now they play a home and home series here to end the season. So our best wishes to the Eagles as they venture on. They'll host Murray State on Tuesday. The Apaches, their next ball games will be probably the most important games of the season up to this point. They've had a great start in this Division I conference, and depending on how the other games went this weekend, the Apaches went into the weekend in 2nd place behind the Navarro Bulldogs. And depending on what Navarro did this weekend, they may hold that, or I don't know that they would take over first place or tie for first. But those games have no bearing on postseason play. The Coastal Bend series will be played at the Depot at Cleburne Station in Cleburne, Texas. 3 1 o'clock starts, Wednesday the 31st, Thursday the 1st, and Friday the 2nd. All 1 o'clock single 9-inning games. The winner of that 3-game series will be the number 1 seed in the Division III Region 14 playoffs. And so we will not be able to broadcast those games for free. However, TSRN is doing the broadcast for Coastal Bend. And so I know Coach Wren will be tweeting out the link to the TRSN website. If you go to their website, you can easily log in. I don't even think you have to create an account. They are, best of my knowledge, they're $7.50 per ball game. And so I know that Lynn Michaels and his crew do a good job of broadcasting, and they will be covering those 3 games. I would love to do them. I just can't do it. My schedule won't allow it. But anyways, the Apaches, with the big series they've been preparing for all season with Coastal Bend, the Cougars, as we started play today, the Coastal Bend Cougars were 4-8 in conference play and 9-14 on the season. They're playing in a very competitive Region 14 South Zone, which includes Sanjack, Wharton, Blinn, Alvin, and Galveston. So they're doing the same thing the Apaches are doing. They're playing in a Division I conference as a Division III junior college. So that should be a really good conference Region 3, Division III matchup between the Apaches and the Coastal Bend Cougars. A little disappointed I don't get to call those games, but I know that TSRN will do a great job. And those of you who follow us on the Apache YouTube channel, if you can't get to Cleburne this week, midweek games, then that's another way you can take those games in. Obviously, Ed Atkins will be doing the live stats for you as well. So that'll wrap things up. The Apaches on the season will end up taking the season series 5 games to 1 over the Northeast Texas Community College Eagles. And again, they'll run their overall record to 20-7 and their conference record to 12-5. Let's double check the broadcast for our YouTube channel. I'll be doing softball next Wednesday. And our next baseball broadcast tentatively will be next Thursday, April 8th, against Bossier Parish, a single 9-inning game here from Mike Carter Field. And so that will wrap things up on a beautiful day from Mike Carter Field. These two clubs split a doubleheader. The Northeast Texas Eagles win Game 1 and the Apaches win Game 2. So for the whole athletic department at Tyler Junior College, that includes Mr. Kevin Vest, who was in attendance today. Good to see Kevin at the ballpark. Captain Chuck Smith, the Associate Athletic Director. Miss Kelsey Weeks, Assistant Athletic Director. And, of course, Miss Jordan Jones, keeping everybody on track back from WAG Gym. Hopefully she had a great Palm Sunday here. 1 week from Easter. I hope you're going to have a great week. A big shout out to Mr. Ed Atkins doing the live stats for us every ball game. And Matthew York on the PA doing a great job. Who was up here with you? Was that Robert? Who's doing the... Jason Gonzalez on the scoreboard. Thanks to Jason for keeping us. It's so helpful to have that scoreboard done correctly, and they've done a great job all season long, both Matthew, Robert Hines. We've had a number of guys roll up on the scoreboard. Coach Wren out there talking to the troops right now, and he's getting them ready for the big 3-game series with Coastal. And so thanks for all the feedback on the live chat. It's been fun to kind of interact with everybody today and see where you're watching from and who you're rooting for. So not only the Apache fans, but also those Eagle fans. Our best wishes to all of you as you finish up your season. We will not cross paths anymore this season, but our best to Andy Morgan, to the Eagle players, and all the Eagle fans out there. This is Dr. John Gross saying thanks for watching. Thanks be to God who gives us the victory through Jesus Christ our Lord. The Apaches and the Eagles split a doubleheader. The Eagles take Game 1 12-4, and the Apaches get the nightcap by a score of 9-6. Until next time, so long, everybody.